is the Big O Show. This 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 is the Big O Show.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Sports Grill, good food, good drinks, good friends. Craig's Inn Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealership in the Southeast United States. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department. The FLPD is hiring. Go to FLPDjobs.com.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. OK Coin is one of the largest fiat to crypto trading platforms in the world, founded in 2013. OK Coin offers advanced features for crypto beginners and high-volume traders alike, enabling users in 184 countries worldwide. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Welcome aboard. Time to rock and roll and have some fun. Hope you all are doing well. Hope you're feeling good out there on a beautiful Wednesday, which obviously it's a happy Wednesday, right? I mean, damn, what a performance last night by everyone pretty much except maybe the Marlins. That's it. They're the ones that struggled last night. But wow, the Miami Heat, they did a number on Trae Young and company. The Florida Panthers, we've talked about this many times. They're never out of any game whatsoever and trailing in that game. And you're going, damn it, dude, you guys need this win. You got to tie the Avalanche in points and games played and all of that. And they find a way to come back in overtime. Barkov gets the hat trick. I mean, it was a fun night last night. And Inter Miami beat Miami FC in the U.S. Open Cup. So there was a lot of things going on, man, yesterday. I was actually going to go to the soccer game, but I chose not to after I got off the air. I did a lot of driving in the afternoon. I got home and I was like, you know what, man, I'll watch it on television and I'll watch the Heat game at the same time. So I'm glad because the Jimmy Butler performance was just awesome. It's so awesome to watch. And I got to tell you, last night, when I'm watching that game and watching the press conferences after, and Trae Young, and listen, I'm not one of these guys. I don't have anything against Trae Young. I think he's a decent kid, man. He looks like a good young man, and he's got his swag and all that good stuff, and he's a hell of a player. But listen, he's not necessarily the perfect player either, because there are times where he's just taking, what was he, 2 of 10 last night from 3-point range. He was, he takes ill-advised shots a whole bunch of times. Sometimes you're like, okay, it went in. He's that guy. You know what I'm saying? But here's a young man that after game one wanted to bully the bully. And then after game two, he's complaining about how physical and that the refs are letting the game get physical and all of that. And, I somehow I tweeted this out yesterday. This guy's got to be a Lucky Charms guy because that's what he's counting on. This is the playoffs. Playoffs actually get a little more physical. It's always been that way. And the Eastern Conference is always more physical than the Western Conference. It's always been that way. Now, here's the funny part of all of this. And here's where my age comes in, right? Because I watched Allen Iverson and same kind of dude, right? Small, thin rail type guy, and obviously a dynamite, right? But the difference was Allen Iverson never complained. And Allen Iverson played in an era. If Trae Young thinks last night was physical, he has no idea what physical is like. Allen Iverson used to go into the hole where there was a whole bunch of redwood trees, and he would get his ass knocked down over and over and over and over again and never complained. Ever complained. So because when I look at Trae Young, I see a lot of Allen Iverson. But when it comes to the toughness factor, this goes back to our conversation with Omar yesterday about Kaepernick. Kaepernick's a little millennial, bro. That's what he is. He acted like a typical millennial. That, oh, no, you've got to give it to me. Oh, you took it away from me? No. Now you got to give it back. He doesn't know how to earn it back. He doesn't know how to take it back. That's the problem. That's why no tiene cojones. That's why he's a coward. That's why he quit. He's a quitter, is what Kaepernick is. Nothing more, nothing less. He's a stinking quitter. And, so to me, it's just when I watch this kind of stuff, and dude, you said bully the bully, right? So now you're going to complain about being physical? You want it handed to you now, right? Too many people want it handed to them. You know what I'm saying? And that's not how it goes. Life has a way of taking things away from you. And whether it's right or wrong, just or not, but you got to learn how to fight back. You got to learn how to take it back. The Interrupters have a song, What's Your Plan for Tomorrow? Are you a leader? Are you a follower? Are you a fighter? I don't know, something like that. But, it's like one of those things, it's your time to take back the power. It's kind of what it is. Are you going to lead or you're going to follow? You're going to fight. You're going to be a warrior. You're going to crumble. And to me, perfect examples. Last night I'm watching, Trae Young. And, well, dude, you wanted to bully the bully, right? But unfortunately, you don't have that in you, because Trae Young can't play any defense. He's not, his rail thin body can't get after people. But I mean, if you're going to talk the talk, then you gotta play like Allen Iverson, bro. Man up and don't complain. I mean, and listen, AI may not be the most efficient player. He took a ton of ill-advised shots, but nobody will ever question Allen Iverson's toughness. Okay? You question Allen Iverson's toughness, you have no idea what toughness is. That's the definition of toughness, because that dude was undersized and fearless. And Trae Young, my man, you better get fearless. Yeah, you're fearless to shoot 30-footers, but it takes a little bit more to be fearless in the NBA. So last night, what do you have? He was close to a triple-double, actually. He had the 25 points on 10 of 20 shooting, which 10 of 20 is good, but he was 2 of 10 from three-point range. And he had 7 assists and 6 rebounds. So he only needed 3 more assists because he had 10 turnovers. So he could have had himself a nice triple-double with the 10 turnovers. And, you got bullied, kid. You got bullied into 10 turnovers. You're going to have to toughen up, man. And I guess it's not in you because kind of found out what happened in game 2. Look, the Hawks are a nice team. They don't belong on the floor with the Miami Heat. Healthy or whatever that team is constituted as now, that if you had Collins and Capella healthy, of course it would be more competitive, but Miami would still win this series. They are deeper. They are better. They're better coached. They're better led. And yesterday, Jimmy Butler, took over, man. It was one of those nights for him. One of those great Heat performances is what you saw last night. It was one of those legendary Heat performances that we're going to be talking about for a long, long time. That was a lot of fun, man. It's a lot of fun last night. Team, and by the way, I got to thank the Miami Heat because I was on a two game funk with our liquor split matchups of the night because I had lost the Utah game the night before and lost what was the one I lost before that, which was the soccer game that I had an over 2.5 in the Seattle Inter game on Saturday, and that didn't. I'm glad because at least Miami won, but it was 1-0. There was no 3 goals and all of that. But hey, I'll take it, man. I'll take it in a big time way. Anyway, so great performance by the Heat last night. You take control. You take hold of this series right now at home, 2-0. You now have to win game 3. And I say this because you want to make sure that you send the message to Atlanta that they have no hope. You've kind of broken Trae Young already a little bit. Okay, a little bit. He's fearless, so he can jack up a whole bunch of threes in game 3 and make it really interesting and maybe scare the hell out of you. So you need to go out there and you got to gut them out. That's what Miami has to do. Take all hope from the Hawks by taking game 3 on Friday. You do that and you set yourself up and you put yourself in a terrific position to cruise through this first round. And hopefully the other series maybe gets extended and you can buy yourself some time. I don't know if it will because it doesn't look good, but hey, it is what it is. I mean, what are you going to do, right? But just an awesome performance last night. And listen, the other thing that I loved about this is you watch Spo he is one of those guys that will do what he has to do in order to win the game. And if you played one game and you were a big factor like Duncan was, and then last night you weren't, it doesn't matter. And, if you're a Heat player, you got to kind of adjust to all of that. And last night, it became the Jimmy Butler show. And listen, Butler is as selfless as it gets. And he's been like that from day one. So you don't mind the nights that he takes over like that. And I think you need it every once in a while. I think he needs it. I think it sends a message. You know what I mean? Because it gets to a point where people kind of doubt the guy. And they're like, well, he's a good player and all that. But those kind of moments are nice to kind of remind people, hey, he's an all-star. This is a guy that can elevate his team. And my brother, when Jimmy Butler's hitting 3-pointers, holy crap, he is feeling it because we all know naturally he's not a 3-point shooter. I don't know what's happened the last couple of weeks because the ball seems to be going in the basket a little bit more from 3-point range. And obviously confidence is a beautiful thing in life. It goes with anything. I don't care if you're cooking. I don't care if you're teaching. I don't care if you're a lawyer. And I don't care if you're a basketball player. Okay? Confidence is everything in order to get your job done. And obviously he is feeling as confident as he gets, right now. And last night and listen, Bam, foul trouble. Okay? So Bam wasn't a major factor. What did he play? 20-something minutes, 24 minutes, 9 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists. So this wasn't a game where Bam was a major factor here. And then Duncan Robinson wasn't a factor at all, who was a star off the bench in the last game. And that's another way of showing you how deep, how versatile this team is, how they don't have to beat you the same way every night. They can beat you different ways on different nights. And, that's impressive, man. That's impressive. All right, let's get ready for a little basketball talk with the boys. We'll give Ira some time to pull off the glasses. There we go. And let me take down the damn board here. And boys, how are you doing? Good morning.
Always a little tougher right after a night game. Got to bounce up, get the Cafe Bustillo ready. So I am good to go. And again, just the variety of ways that he can win, Big O, like you were talking about. And that's the thing. Now, will ensemble basketball carry you to the 16 wins you need? We'll wait to see. But the way the script and the plot flipped from game 1 to game 2 and still got a victory shows what makes this team unique. So Jimmy Butler had his night. We're still waiting, Big O, at 2-0 for Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero. And I think that's a good thing because you figure they have to have their moment eventually also, right?
Yes. Yeah. I'm good. Listen, it's about winning. And as long as those guys are walking off that floor happy about the W and they don't care how it came, that's what it's all about. And by the way, your leader and Clay, as you know, your leader in Jimmy Butler, I just talked about this, is as selfless as it gets. So if he's willing to sacrifice every moment he's on the court that he's ever been with the Heat to set up his teammates, and last night it was a moment for him to kind of take over, that sets the example for the other 14 guys on this team that you have to sacrifice at times because your star sacrifices every single night. Last night, hey, it was a smorgasbord for him, and he deserves it.
He knows when to seize the moment. And, I think that's, we're going to talk a lot about this and how the Heat just have too many dudes for Atlanta right now. They've got too many guys that you can throw at Trae Young. You have too many guys who can help you offensively. And yet I think the one thing that we can all agree on, and this is what Ira was touching on, is that ensemble can carry you so far. But at some point you need your star to take over. And Jimmy Butler has told us all season, and actually last season, that he can flip a switch. Well, that switch has been flipped. And if you've got that one guy, in addition to that ensemble, who can flip the switch and be the dude down the stretch, then I think you've got everything you need to compete for and potentially win a championship. And it just feels like in these first couple of games, the Heat are showing every element that you need to go and do that.
Yeah. And listen, we watched the Suns last night get tripped up, right?
Yeah.
So, and Memphis got tripped up in the first game. Yep. They came back yesterday and evened up the series. So you've got to be careful here. That's the other thing for Heat fans. Appreciate what's going on. Don't underestimate it. Don't take it for granted. They've taken care of business. Hopefully, Ira, they can kind of rip their heart out in Atlanta.
And that's the thing, Big O. You step on the throat when you can for a couple of reasons. I wrote this in my Winterman's View at sunsentinel.com. John Collins is back for the Hawks. He will get better as he gets healthier. Clint Capella worked and shot before the game. He might come back and this thing goes 5, 6, 7 games. You don't want that. You want to suck the life out of the building on Friday. Once a team's down 0-3, we know the history in the NBA. You don't come back for that. This is not the NHL. That's number one. And number two, what we saw in the late game last night when the Pelicans beat the Suns and Devin Booker was injured. The more games you play, the more you risk that one moment that changes everything. Step on the throat. Get it done. Use the dagger on Friday. Make life easier because you know what? And Clay and I are going to talk about this in the full hour here in our Slumbers Home Security Inside the Paint show. The Sixers are looming, and they look damn good right now.
Yeah, Maxey has really made an enormous difference, and you're hoping they get tripped up here in this series too. But you're right; they've got a sweep because there's a sweep coming on the other side.
Yeah.
Maxey's
what do you got? What do you got coming, Clay? What's coming up?
We're going
to
talk about all of that. I think we need to look at kind of what you were touching on a second ago, where you've got this ensemble, and yet adding a star to that who knows how to capture the moment. Just kind of looking back historically at the teams that have had that sort of element that a lot of teams don't. And then I do want to look around the league, and it's not like you're going to look past Atlanta. Actually, we are. We're going to look past Atlanta to a certain extent. The players and the coaches aren't. But I think it's important right now to look around the league and kind of look at exactly what you were saying, which is, hey, you can't take for granted the fact that you won these first 2 games when you look out in Phoenix and look what happened. Milwaukee struggled a little bit until they finally pulled away against Chicago in game 1 there. And I thought Chicago may have been the worst team in the Eastern Conference field. So it's playoff basketball, and the Heat are finding a way to get this thing done. Don't take it for granted, but also let's not go in reverse either. So we'll kind of go through all that.
There you go. All right. We got 1 hour of hardcore basketball talk. It's coming up, baby. It's the Slomans Inside the Paint Show with Ira and Clay. That is next.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Caneswear. Go to caneswear.com, where all orders over $99 get free shipping. Slomans Total Home Security. Protect your home with the best in the business. 1-800-ALARM-ME for the company serving America for nearly 100 years. 1-800-ALARM-ME.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. NBA fans, it's time for the Slomans Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. 1-800-ALARM-ME to protect your home with the best in the business. Slomans has been serving customers for nearly 100 years. Nobody covers your home like Slomans Home Security, and nobody talks Heat in NBA basketball like Ira and Clay. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome to Inside the Paint. And in honor of the Heat's ensemble, I've got one of my little ensembles right here. See, she's our Dwayne Dedman. It's spring break, so we got everybody home. She's our Dwayne Dedman. She's the one who goes out there. She can be a little bit of a little bit loud, but she knows how to grab the rebounds, right, sweetie? Okay, we're gonna put her down. So Ira, I want to talk about what we've seen in these first couple of games, and we touched on a little bit before the crossover, and the Heat's ensemble. I'm trying to be as smooth as I can here. She came in here. These kids don't know what to do during spring break.
So do you call her the mechanic also? That's what I need to know with the Dwayne Dedman.
Should we call you the mechanic, Every? Should we call you the mechanic? She's giving me a look right now. But Dwayne Dedman is somebody that I think, when you're talking about this Heat ensemble, the fact that they've got all these guys who can come out there and contribute in some way.
Yes.
And yet what we saw last night is what every championship team needs, I think, is that one guy who can take over down the stretch. And we've talked all year, and I'll admit I've said it over and over again, that I'd gotten to the point where I was more comfortable with the ball being in Tyler Hero's hands in the fourth quarter, even than I was Jimmy Butler. And I was wrong. And who knows, we'll see how this plays out throughout the rest of the playoffs. But
right.
Jimmy was right. And that's what we're going to start. Jimmy talked all season, and frankly, he talked last season about the ability to flip a switch. And I think we all kind of looked at this and well, it didn't happen last year. You played against Milwaukee, you shot 29%.
Yeah.
And yet this season, things felt a little bit different. I don't think we were fully ready to embrace the idea that, hey, he can just flip a switch. And I think there was a little more to it.
Right.
That just because Jimmy flips a switch, the rest of the team needs to be able to kind of coalesce and play like that around him. I stole your word, Ira. But
I'll tell Jimmy.
Okay. I think what we've seen is it's happened. And, maybe this is just a couple of games against a team that is, perhaps the worst team in the Eastern Conference playoff field.
A 9 seed. Yeah, a 9 seed that got up to 8. So, yeah, perspective. Absolutely.
And yet, I think it's fair to say at this point that he has flipped the switch. He's done what he said he was going to do. And having that moment last night, I think makes you feel better moving forward through the rest of these playoffs, that you have that one guy who can take it to another level when necessary. Because frankly, we'll get to last game a little bit. I felt like in that second quarter, you had one of those moments where it was the officials were calling it really, really tight, really much tighter than they were in game one.
Well, not according to Trae Young, but okay, we'll get into that also.
Don't get me going on that. They're really inside his head, by the way.
Yes.
I mean, I don't remember. It's rare to see a star get rattled as much as I feel like Trae was last night. And he still played fine, but you could see they're in his head. But they were calling it so tight last night. They were calling every little thing. And it was like Jimmy finally sensed that in the second quarter, and okay, I can get to the line. I can stop this Hawks run. And it's just having that sense for when to do something a little bit different that he just, he did it last night. He was right, and a lot of us, including me, were wrong.
All the comparisons and the stories today, Dave Hyde wrote a column. There's been a bunch at ESPN and elsewhere comparing Jimmy to Dwayne Wade. I'm more comparing Jimmy, honestly, and I think he even looks like LeBron right now. When I watch right now with that arm sleeve on and his musculature and the way he's playing, LeBron, there was nothing fancy about LeBron's game. Dwayne was spinny. Dwayne had all these little sort of subtle moves.
Yes.
This is brute force. This is, I am going to clear space for a short jumper, the mid-range. I am going to go up for the three from a position of strength, or I'm going to attack. And with that arm sleeve and just the way he looked, it really reminded me of LeBron James type of play. There were times when I looked down on the court, we sit mid-level, mid-tier there at the arena, and I was like, wait, is that Jimmy or is that LeBron? I'm not comparing their games and their life statistics and all that.
But let me say this, Ira, because I think you hit on, and this is something I've always said about Jimmy.
Sure.
He is, if LeBron, the thing we say about LeBron is he's just so good at everything. If LeBron is an A- or an A at everything, I think you can compare Jimmy Butler to LeBron in this respect too. If LeBron is an A or an A- at everything, Jimmy is a B+ ish at everything. And the shooting is something that he was not for a while. He was obviously last night. But I think your comparison is really good between the two players. Jimmy is kind of like a quarter of a step below LeBron and everything, but he does everything well like LeBron did. So go ahead.
Yeah, and you saw it last night, and he picks his moments, and he can have those moments. That's the thing with Jimmy. I'm not going to sit here and debate with you whether Jimmy's a top 5 player. He's not. I could debate with you whether he's a top 10 player and certainly a top 15 player. But I will say this. Jimmy can have the type of moments of a top 5 player. And it's those guys. It's Jimmy. It's Jason Tatum. It's guys you never know when it's going to happen, but you know it's there. It was not there at all against the Milwaukee Bucks, a much higher pedigree of team that we're seeing against the Atlanta Hawks in this season's first round. Again, different horses for different courses, a lesser opponent. This is why you get the number 1 seed. Because if you get the number 2, you're playing the Brooklyn Nets. If you get the number 4, you're playing the Toronto Raptors. The Heat set it up this way to get this opponent and play this way. And you're seeing that they're attacking the moment. I always look at games sort of, I don't want to say half empty, although maybe I am being that way. You go into last night's game and you say, if the Heat lose that game, if the Hawks complete that comeback from 16 down at the start of the fourth, early in the fourth, to within 3, Clay, I think you would agree everything changes about how this Sloma's Home Security Inside the Paint show is going for an hour today here on the Big O Show. And yet I would look at it this way also. And folks, I know I've been through too much of this, but if the Heat lose on Friday, all of a sudden the Hawks go, okay, we're within 1-2 right now, and we're at home again on Sunday, and they haven't won on our court, and we can get this thing back to Miami even at 2-2, and then it's a best-of-3 series. You don't want that either. Now we're going to see if the Heat have what they didn't have last night, but they had in the 2020 playoffs, when they swept Indy in the first round, when they took care of Milwaukee in 5 games in the second round. They need to do that. If they are the number 1 seed, playing number 9 that went to number 8 in the first round, you take care of business, like we said in the crosstalk with Big O, and you move on. You don't risk injuries. You keep your 36-year-old point guard and your 37-year-old power forward healthy for another series. You give yourself a break. Even if the Heat sweep and the Sixers sweep, they're not starting right away next Tuesday. The league needs to space this out. Instead, we're going to get to see a lot more Boston, Brooklyn. We'll see maybe a little bit more of Milwaukee, Chicago, if the Bulls can win a series. But if the Heat are who at this moment they think they are, they take care of business as much on Friday in State Farm Arena as they did last night at FTX.
See, Dolly, you was wrong, Clay. Shame. I was. And look, there's a whole lot of playoffs left, and yet I think it is fair to say that when you have somebody who said all along, I'll flip a switch in the playoffs, and he's shown in 2 games that he's flipped a switch in the playoffs, it can always revert back. But I think it is fair to say that, look, he's a different player now than we saw throughout the regular season. Jimmy Butler knew when to jump up and grab that moment. You give him a lot of credit for that. Dirty dog defense needs to keep the pressure on. Lowry living in Trey Young's head rent-free, veteran pressure from someone who's been to the dance from the greater good. So and we'll talk about this a little bit too. I feel like watching last night's game, the Heat have found a great plan for Trey Young, just like they had a great plan for Giannis a couple of years ago. And frankly, they had a great plan for Giannis last year. It's just that everything else went wrong. It's that they couldn't rebound. Middleton and Drew Holiday were outstanding. I mean, so, it's they have a way to attack and slow down the best player on the opposing team. And you could tell that it was in Trey's head. I mean, I know he often makes these 35-foot shots, but the difference is he makes other shots before it to get into a rhythm, to where when he hits those, they go. And there was a moment in the fourth quarter where you saw it, but you saw it with Bogdan Bogdanovic.
Yeah,
where because they were focusing so much on Trey Young, Bogdanovic just kept getting free. I mean, he was getting clean looks.
He was the comeback. Yeah.
He was the comeback single-handedly. And there was that one shot that he hit in the corner. I think it was Jimmy Butler who was on him, where he Bogdanovic pump fakes. Jimmy's right in his grill. And it was almost like a heat check. He just kind of slides to the side and then shoots a fade away through, and it goes in. What happens in these games, and you see it over and over again, I see it a lot with the Heat. If you let guys get into a rhythm where they get one or two easy shots, then all of a sudden those seemingly hard shots become easy because they're in a rhythm. They're used to seeing the ball go in the cup. So, and by the way, I thought we saw it a bit in reverse last night where, unlike in game one, where Duncan Robinson was able to get whatever he wanted, he didn't even take a shot in the first half of last night. And it was because Atlanta focused a lot more on him. And so he couldn't get one or two easy ones to where the hard ones, like the 4-point play in game one, started to fall. So I'm saying all this because you mentioned the comeback that Atlanta had. I feel like there's a lesson to be learned from that, in that you do have to keep throwing bodies at Trey Young and focus on him and make sure you're in his head. Because you mentioned Kyle Lowry. Gabe Vincent's done a great job on him. PJ Tucker, when he's gotten ISO'd on him until they started calling every foul last night. Bam Adebayo when he gets switched.
Right.
Any one of the players who were on the floor outside of Tyler Hero and Duncan Robinson, you feel comfortable that those guys can guard Trey and at least make his life difficult. Don't let him get a couple of easy ones, because then you see what you saw from Bogdanovic in the fourth quarter last night, which is you get a couple of easy ones, the hard ones become easy, and all of a sudden you got a big problem on your hands. And that's what I think
it's interesting, Clay. I was driving home last night and I spoke to someone who spoke to a member of the Hawks traveling party. And that person had a really interesting line that created pause for me. And they said Trey Young is still the kind of young player that so wants to be a star that he keeps trying to make the big, spectacular play instead of the right play. And for those who haven't had a chance to glance the box score or had to go to bed early, Trey Young closed with 10 turnovers. That is a career high for Trey Young. That is the most ever by a Heat playoff opponent. And I think there's some truth to that, that if Trey Young, or even Clay Young, would just sort of bring his game a little more in order and not try to be spectacular all the time, I think he would be far better off as a player. But I don't know, maybe that's the culture and just who he wants to be. But I did want to get this in the first segment, so I'm going to go down to our show sheet. Let's see, this is item 7A you had on the show sheet, but I want to bring this up a little earlier. Trey Young's complaining about foul calls. Clay, I think when you get an opponent doing that, you're winning.
Yes.
Like you mentioned, you're in his head. Yes, Jimmy got to the foul line all the time. Trey just got to the line 3 or 4 from the line last night. He had his 7 to 8 free throws in game one. He lives at the line. Last year when Atlanta went to the conference finals,
by the way, I'm going to cut you off, Ira.
Sure.
With respect to the Cranberries, in your head.
I'm losing you there.
Let's have it, Sean. In your head. In your head. Because I was thinking the same thing you were.
Right.
And the graphic is going to switch at some point here. But no, I'm thinking the exact same thing you were. So go ahead.
Yeah, and the fact, Clay, that
not
he
a
did that.
Dolores, not a Dolores O'Riordan fan. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? You're a zombie.
All right, and it's good to know someone out there is paying attention. Clay, when you heard, I don't know if you were driving home like me or heard it in the post game before you left the arena yesterday, But when you hear Trae Young saying how the officials are letting the Heat get away with all that, and we've got to get some calls, if I'm Nate McMillan, if I'm one of Trae's teammates, if I'm Hawks fan, that's a real concern. Because you know there is nothing that a Pat Riley team wants more than to get in your head. And where do the Heat live right now? In the head of Trae Young.
100%. And it's, look, this is playoff basketball. And look, I will say this, and I just to not sound completely homer about this. The Atlanta Hawks Valley feed had a montage of some of the stuff that the Heat were doing to Trae Young in game one. And it kind of go over the line just a little bit. Okay. I will admit that. I will admit some of the stuff that there was an elbow to the chest / neck.
Yeah, no, there were some moments there, Clay, as we try to get back in order here with our video alignment. There were absolutely some moments where the Heat were being the Heat and physical as they can. If you remember, there was a previous Heat playoff series. The Hawks radio announcer's been there for about 40 years when he just started ranting, "This is thuggery. This is pure thuggery." Remember that?
Right.
Yes, that was when, and that was actually a series that the Hawks won when the Heat were playing physical. This is what you get. This is not Trae Young getting the Knicks in last season's first round. This is him not getting softer opponents. This is another lesson for him, just like it was a lesson for whether it's Duncan Robinson not even able to get a shot off last night. Trae Young said this after the game. He said, our defensive focus was not to let Duncan Robinson and Tyler Hero get off. This goes, of course, to what Eric Spoelstra always says. If those guys can be factors without getting shots off because of the way they play, we saw that last night. That freed Jimmy up for almost nothing but one-on-one coverage. But, man, if you can get into a head right now, this is a physical Heat team. This is not the most physical Heat team. We've seen more, to use their radio guys' words, thuggery in previous Heat seasons with previous Heat renditions. So I think when you look at this Heat team right now and those Trae Young comments, that stood out to me. I got up this morning, just posted a story at sunsentinel.com, because if another guy is complaining about officiating, one, it enters that into the equation. Now we're all watching the officials in Game 4 in Atlanta. But two, if that's how you think you're going to turn a series by the whistle instead of by an upgrade in your play, hey, I'm all for it. Go for it, buddy.
And C. Dollar brings this up. He says, hey, LeBron and D. Wade complained about officials a lot of times too. And they did, but it's different in this respect. D. Wade and LeBron were established guys who had been through this. And look, nobody's doubting Trae Young's talent and the type of player he can be when he's on. But he doesn't have the type of pedigree yet where he is going to influence the officiating in a series by simply popping off in post-game news conferences. You know, it's not like when Phil Jackson used to say things in post-game news conferences. It was very pointed. Right. And the next game, all of a sudden, the Lakers would get every single call.
And he and Riley would go at each other, sure.
Yes. And so there's a way to go about it. And last night, the way Trae Young did it, it felt more like complaining post-game as opposed to lobbying for the future. And the other thing is...
And after 10 turnovers. So if you're saying the officials made mistakes, you made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of your own. It just seemed like the whole timing was not the best for Trae or his look.
And not only that, Ira, but... my voice got a little high right there. Not only that, Ira, but it was after, and I kept saying this on Twitter. I know nobody likes to hear stuff over and over again like this because it sounds like whining. The officiating was too tight for a playoff game last night. Some of the stuff they were calling, and the foul on Kyle Lowry when he got shoved into John Collins. I mean, there's stuff that you don't call in a playoff game that kept getting called last night. So the timing of Trae Young complaining after a game in which they called it they called that tighter than a regular season game in January.
Excruciatingly tight. You're correct.
It was, and it just made the level of play ugly. But bringing it full circle here, that's when your star needs to understand what's needed. And Jimmy Butler did. And in particular, in the second quarter, when the Hawks were starting to get a little bit, they started to kind of take advantage of that. Jimmy was like, okay, fine. If I'm going to get a call every time somebody breathes on me, I'm going to attack the basket. And I'm going to, and by that point, I remember how many points he had specifically in that run to end the second quarter. But it's what Eric Spoelstra says all the time about Jimmy Butler, that he senses what needs to be done in the moment in big games. And last night he did that. Whereas to your point about Trae Young, after speaking to somebody in the Hawks traveling party, that he still tries to make the big play, not necessarily the right play.
Yes.
You got to have that extra sense for the game. And Trae Young will get it. He's somebody who's just so talented.
But will he get it in this series? Will he have time to get it in this series?
No. And that's where, look, we'll talk more about the future of the series coming up on the other side. I'm not going to be so concerned, and I'm not trying to give them an out here. I'm not going to be so concerned if this isn't a sweep. I think because Trae Young is so good, because this team does play better, especially against Miami on its own home floor, I'm not going to get overly concerned if you lose game 3. I do think you have to get a split in Atlanta and end this thing in Miami in
Tuesday.
Game 5. Make sure that you don't extend this series at all, because you don't want a Devin Booker situation like we saw last night. You don't want to extend this series and get into those sorts of problems. So a lot more to get to on Inside the Paint. We're going to talk about what's going on around the league. And I also want to talk a little bit about, Ira, the ensemble and the old theory that your stars have to be the guys who carry you in the playoffs. Can this ensemble help the Heat win enough games to get to the 16 that they need to win a title? That a lot more next here on Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Big O listeners can get a free doorbell camera. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. That's bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make the difference. For over 25 years, South Floridians have counted on Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises for their roofing needs. In South Florida, we battle the sweltering heat, rain, winds, and all kinds of tropical storms. That's why when it comes to protecting your family, home, or business, call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs. All work fully guaranteed with the customer's complete satisfaction. A+ rated member of the Better Business Bureau. Licensed and insured. There's no buts about it. When your roof needs repair or replacement, go to TommyBButtsJrEnterprises.com. A certified whitening contractor.
Oh, great. You got a doorbell camera. Now you got a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
No.
And there's nothing you can do about it.
Get out of my house!
Ooh, Mom's jewelry. There goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop. No! Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slowens, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, a free doorbell camera.
Free?
One that'll actually work for you. It's not total security unless it's the Sloman Shield. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
Welcome back to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. At Sloman's, we never charge for installation. There's no minimum requirements, no activation fee, no games. See how easy and affordable it is to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back. One at a time this time. You're on Inside the Paint. Ira and Clay. Going through some of the comments here. Hey, Ira, Chase tells me to tell you to stop using big words around Jimmy.
Well, you know what? If I can use big words around Jimmy and he can put up big points, I think Heat fan comes out ahead. So I think we'll continue that trend.
You know, some of the comments in the chat, too, are about, man of 1,005 Hold says here, the Heat are scary. It's hard to plan for them. Anybody can go off at any point. And that kind of leads us into what I wanted to talk about in this segment, which is He'd have too many dudes. and for Atlanta. And, I think it's Anthony McFarland who used to talk about this, just got, maybe I'm wrong on that, but it was one of the ESPN analysts who would talk about, when previewing football games, how many dudes does a team have? And how many guys are you concerned that can kind of throw off your game plan? And when you're looking at the first couple of games of this series, I thought it was really interesting. You pointed it out what Trae Young said after the game last night. He said, one of our game plans, he said, we don't want to let Duncan Robinson go off early in the game. Well, he didn't. The Hawks accomplished their game plan defensively last night. It worked, and it didn't matter because the Heat have so many guys who can go out there and cause problems for you. You do need your stars. You do need your stars to be able to take over down the stretch. I think the one thing that you and I were questioning for a lot of this season was, does Jimmy Butler have it in him to flip that switch and be that guy late in games? And he proved last night he does. But you need somebody, or in this case, some bodies to get you to the finish line before Jimmy Butler takes the baton and takes you across the finish line. In game one, Duncan Robinson, PJ Tucker. I mean, how many times were you able to see these guys jump out? Last night, Gabe Vincent making some big plays. Max Strus, when Atlanta was starting to push back a little bit, Max Strus hitting a couple bit. Beginning of the fourth quarter, when everybody's taking a break, you need to get those rest minutes in. Dwayne Dedmon gives you an enormous spark off the energy. I mean, those are the types of things, Ira, that are your ensemble guys going to be the ones who make the big plays down the stretch to win you playoff games? No, that's not how this thing works. But what they are players that when the other team game plans for your better players, when they game plan to take out a Tyler Hero and a Duncan Robinson, like the Atlanta Hawks did last night, do you have other guys who can pick up the slack and get you to the finish line? I think it's the one thing, at least in this series, that he just have too many dudes for Atlanta to be able to beat them.
Well, I call it head on a swivel when you're looking out for everyone because you're concerned about everyone. And I mentioned it in the first segment today for those who want to go back to the podcast on our Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint show, is how they were so focused on Duncan after what he did is 8 of 9 and threes in the first game, how they've been so focused on Tyler Hero as he marches on toward his Sixth Man of the Year award, perhaps even unanimously, that a guy like a Jimmy Butler or a Kyle Lowry aren't getting the full attention that they might otherwise from another team because the Heat have those kind of guys. Those are your decoy guys. Those are your once-a-series guys. Matter of fact, I'm going to go on the record and be Mr. Negative and say that Duncan Robinson will not have another game of 8 3-pointers in this series. There, I've said it. I'm going to be that guy. Okay, I understand that.
Debbie Downer.
And Gabe Vincent might not have a game as good as his two-way game in game 2 was. But Clay, there's part B to that. When you talk about ensemble and you talk about head on a swivel and getting everyone's attention, at some point you won't if you aren't. And that's my concern. So I'm going to take it to another place. You've mentioned the Dwayne Dedmons, the Gabe Vincents, the Max Struses, Caleb Martin, I thought was very good last night defensively when he came in. But can this team, I'm going to look at it the other way. We have, let's say, 7, 8 components. Can this Heat team endure with the way, I think you know where I'm going here, that Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero are playing? And I know it's small sample size theater, just 2 games. But man, I'm not so sure there's been a stretch when Bam has been this mediocre the entire season. I'm not so sure there hasn't been a stretch, or there has been a stretch when Bam and Tyler have been this nominal together in consecutive games. And at some point, if the mojo goes away, if the other team does lose interest, Jimmy ain't getting his 45. Duncan's not getting his open threes because they're going to treat Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero just as other guys. So I think it's important in game 3 going forward that at least one of those two make a statement. And almost to be honest with you, how dare Bam Adebayo not, with Clint Capella out of this series for now, and what he's going against with an undersized John Collins starting in the middle last night.
Undersized and hurt. I mean, John Collins is clearly not himself. John Collins is somebody who's been a Heat killer in the past.
Yes.
He's not even.
He's still got a
70%.
double-double. Yeah.
Yeah, he played well even though he's not even 70% out there. I mean, you could tell he's hurting. I will say this. Can you endure with those guys struggling? Yes, against the Hawks. You know what I mean? And that's the problem. They're gonna. I think you can win this series in 5 games if Tyler Hero and Bam Adebayo don't get back on track. You can still steal one in Atlanta, come home and win game 5
Sure.
if those guys don't. Can you beat Philly the way they're playing? No, you can't.
Hell no.
No.
Right.
No. So I think it's – so I'm going to flip the script again after you flip the script a little bit. I think it's if anything, I don't want to say it's good, but if this was going to happen at any point, you would want it to be against this Atlanta Hawks team, which is so – and look, let's be completely honest about this. What the Heat are benefiting from right now is the fact the Hawks had to go through the play-in. They had to go out there and fight in Cleveland. I'm not gonna. Somebody tweeted this and it's wrong that the NBA basically spotted the Heat a game 1 victory because of the quick turnaround.
I don't want to offend the folks at Slomans, and I'll just say BS and leave it as bull crap instead of what I want to say for this reason. Clay, there have been umpteenth times in the NBA playoffs where a team wins a game and has to go out on the road 2 days later because that's the way the schedule is set up. It could happen in the Eastern Conference Finals. If one of the teams goes 7 games and the other team goes 4, the team that went 7 is going to get 1 travel day and go back and play again. It's the playoffs. Grow the bleep up. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear about they're not up to speed or the time off or the team that had to sit. Cut the crap. I almost said it. This is the freaking playoffs. And it doesn't matter what the timing is and where you are. If you are not ready for this and up to this challenge, then there is something wrong with your mental state, and it shows that you're not a true contender.
It's like some members of the media are just like patting the Hawks logo on the head and saying, it's okay.
Good boy. Good Harry the Hawk. Good Harry the Hawk.
It's okay.
We still love you, Harry the Hawk.
Yeah, but I will say this though, and this is being completely honest about this. The Heat did benefit from the fact that the Hawks had to play extra games, and you hate to see injuries, but Clint Capella not playing in this series matters.
Right.
And so let's bring this back. The Heat can't afford to mess around. You got to find a way to win this thing in 4 or 5 games, because you don't want a situation where one of your, frankly, older veterans goes out there and has a hamstring issue or has a freak thing happen like happened to Capella where somebody rolls into his knee because you had to play an extra game. So I think what the Heat have shown is that they've got too many dudes for the Hawks. They've got too many guys that they can throw at this Atlanta team to where if Atlanta decides to take one guy like Duncan Robinson out, there are other guys that can hurt you. Jimmy Butler can sense where to make the difference and make the big play and win a game against the Hawks. But I think your point is valid in that moving forward, if you take on a Philadelphia 76ers team with Joel Embiid, if Bam can slow him down enough defensively, then maybe you're not concerned about what the offense is. But if that happens, you need Tyler Hero to step up. And I think he will. I think this is because it was back-to-back games. I think people are raising their eyebrows a little bit that, maybe it's not just a one-off and whatever. I'm not concerned. I still think those guys are going to find a way to get on track. And it wouldn't surprise me one bit if game 3 is the Tyler Hero game.
I don't know if I agree, Clay, because he's had some moments that are bizarrely awful. He's had, I guess you can almost say, like comparing it to those Trae Young 10 turnovers. There have been moments in this series where I do wonder about Tyler and where his head is at. Maybe it's getting caught up in the playoff atmosphere. Again, let's go back to Tyler Hero's history. First, we forget he's just a third-year player. The first experience he ever has in the playoffs is in front of no fans. So, yes, he went off against Boston in that series, but it was weird. It was just a weird quarantine at Disney World when COVID first started. You had that. Last season, he comes back, and he's going against his hometown team, and that unique pressure also. And he was not great either. And even then, you remember, Clay, what the arena was like. It was sanitized. There were big boards behind the bench. Yeah. They had those different benches. So this really is Tyler Hero's first loud and proud, sort of fans out there and what they're going through. And right now, he's been very uneven. And he has not been the 6th man award winner. And in neither of the games has he been the Heat's best reserve. The Heat's best reserve in game 1, of course, it's Duncan Robinson with his 8 of 9. I think, Clay, you would agree with me. The Heat's best, let's see, I'm not going to say the name here. The Heat's best reserve in game 2 was, you better have this right away. I'm very disappointed.
Well, I mean, look, my immediately I go to Dedmon. I mean,
I don't. I go to Gabe Vincent. I go to Gabe Vincent. And I think it's obvious.
That's fair. And by the way, I thought it was telling that Spo had him in crunch time when the game was close, and that was simply, and you correct me if I'm wrong, because PJ Tucker went out with the 5 fouls.
Yes,
he didn't come back in. That was strictly because they were playing so well with Vincent in the lineup, right?
Yes.
That wasn't because PJ was hurt.
No, it wasn't an indictment. It wasn't an indictment on anyone. And again, I'm not trying to sell tickets here. You can buy them if you want. But if you get to watch games in the arena and you see what Gabe Vincent is doing off the ball to Trae Young, I could see why Trae Young is letting people under his skin, because Gabe Vincent is living under his skin. He is just right there, and what he's doing 94 feet all over the court. And that's impactful because what you want to do is tire out the opposing star, and Gabe has done that. So what I'm saying is Tyler Hero has not only not been sixth man of the postseason, he hasn't been sixth man of either game for the Heat. To your point, Clay, maybe that's a good thing, because here comes games 3 and game 4, and he'll have his chance. But I think he's just been a little bit off. I don't know if it's the moment. I don't know if it's the reality of these playoffs. I don't know if he's just the focus he's getting from the Hawks, because maybe in their game plan, it was stop Jimmy number 1, but stop Tyler number 2. So I am waiting for his moments, because you know what? You're going to need a better Tyler in the next round. We're going to talk about the upcoming series and go around the NBA. But with what Philadelphia is offering from Tyrese Maxey, I think Tyler Hero's the one that's going to have to match that when we sort of get into those matchups a little bit ahead of time here. So, yeah, I think they need more. I think they can get by with Bam doing the little things, because he is, honestly, Clay, a little things kind of player. He can fill 7, 8, 9 different boxes. Tyler Hero's a cold-hearted MFer who has to go out and score, and he just hasn't done that so far.
I'm not ready to – I don't even want to say panic button. I'm not even ready to press the concern button yet. Now, I will say this. Had they not found a way to win last night, then I do think it's a much bigger narrative.
Oh, sure. The narrative totally flips. If Atlanta's comeback from 16 down early in the fourth to 3 down late in the fourth is finished, we're talking about where the hell is Bam Adebayo? What the hell is wrong with Tyler Hero? Why is Jimmy shooting that many shots? When is Kyle going to get himself involved? Narratives are, I don't care what anyone says, are always based on the score. And whether you think that's fair or not fair, that's the way it is. Trae Young had 25 points last night, and the narrative is he sucked, that he wasn't even his team's best. It just was, Clay. It was. So you do play the result. And I got to say this. For as much as coaches hate us playing the result, in playoffs it's different, because you have these 16 check marks you're trying to make. Every playoff win is gold, and it's gold toward the goal. And so that makes a difference. So, yeah, I'm going to say right now, I don't know what Clay Ferraro over in the other box is going to say, but I'm going to say right now, I will play the result every week here on our Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint, because that's all that matters. I don't want to hear if the Heat got lucky. I don't want to hear if the Heat almost blew a lead. I don't want to hear if the ensemble is only at 50% right now. If you get me to 16 miserable wins and you want to bitch along the way, one, listen, but please don't text us in here on our message board here, because that's all it takes. If the Heat can put together 16 crappy wins, then you know what? They can have the crappy win parade, duck their head when they go under the overpass, and we'll call it a day. I'm playing the result. In the playoffs, you play the result.
You have to. And Ira, I want to underscore this, because it's the difference in how players, and more importantly, coaches, when we talk to them, look at these games and make adjustments, and how the national media look at these. Because you're right. I mean, that's what people are saying about Trae Young right now. But I think if you're Eric Spoelstra and the coaching staff of the Miami Heat, you're looking at what happened in the fourth quarter last night, and you're saying, I feel really good about how we played Trae Young. We need to find a way to keep playing Trae Young the way we have. But we can't afford to let Bogdanovic or Gallinari, for that matter, or Kevin Huerter, for that matter. We can't afford to let one of their other guys get off, because they're too combustible. Trae Young is the star. We need to find a way to keep making life miserable for him. But if one of those other guys hits a couple of shots, see the ball go in the cup, especially at home, they're too good to where one guy, that was the Bogdanovich fourth quarter. That was the Bogdanovich comeback. That was not a Hawks comeback. That was Bogdanovich because the Heat let him get off. So we can sit here and talk about narratives. We can talk about whatever we want. The bottom line is you have to look at this on a game-by-game basis, and the narrative may shift based on the result. But what happened last night was Bogdanovich went off in the fourth quarter and made that game a lot closer than it should have been. So I guess that's why I'm not quite as concerned yet moving forward. I do feel like the hero game is coming. I do feel like Bam is going to keep making an impact in other ways, and I do feel like the scoring is going to come. But the bottom line is they're still winning. And maybe if they do lose a game, maybe you do start to get a little bit concerned that you need more from those guys. But because of how they were able to overcome the Bogdanovich game, where everything that the Heat wanted to do went right, and yet Atlanta still made a push, I think they're learning along the way. And every team is different. You can say, oh, Atlanta's a young team because of Trae Young and Collins, and you know they need to learn. The Heat shouldn't have to learn. Every team is different, man. Yes. Every game is different. You have to learn what you're about during the course of these playoffs, and I do feel like the Heat learned a little something last night. So we're gonna get to what's going on.
14 more to go. That's what matters. Yeah.
We're gonna get to what's going on around the league. We're gonna get some of your comments, your questions. David Triana has a good question about Caleb Martin. I want to get into a little bit.
Sure.
But man, it's good to be talking about this up 2-0 as opposed to the alternative. That a lot more coming up right here on Inside the Paint.
This is the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Check out Sloman's low-cost monitoring rates and how it could save you thousands on a security system at 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve. South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at flpdjobs.com. That's flpdjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
The timeout is over. The Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro is back. Access and manage your devices from anywhere with the My Sloman's app. Protect your family by calling 1-800-ALARM-ME. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back to Inside the Paint. A lot to get to in this final segment of the show. I did look back because I saw people tweeting about Gabe Vincent's 1997 Marlins throwback shirt last night that he was wearing in the post game. Like, how cool was that? You talk about somebody who gets the moment
Yes.
and is able to kind of play to the crowd. But one thing I found interesting, Ira, was he was asked about Trae Young's comments about, hey, we're not getting enough calls, blah, blah, blah. The smile on Gabe Vincent's face, it goes back to what you were saying in the first segment. When you hear a star complaining like that, man, the Heat just love to hear that. But Gabe Vincent gets this smile and he goes, oh, I thought he got a lot of calls tonight. We're just playing. I mean, man, like, they not only are they in Trae Young's head, they know they're in Trae Young's head. When you make comments like that, it's a flag to the other team.
And Clay, I want to throw this the other way to you. So we go to Atlanta for Game 3, State Farm Arena. If Trae Young gets the early whistle, okay, maybe on Kyle Lowry, maybe Gabe's in the game right there. Here's my question to you: could that get in the Heat's head? Could that look? We all know what's going on. NBA playoffs and even all sports these days are all about the narratives. We have a 2-day break now. We have today. Teams will get back and practice on Thursday. We'll have shoot-arounds on Friday. We'll have national coverage again on Friday night in that game. If there are some early whistles, and Trae in the first 30 seconds goes to the line, foul on Kyle Lowry. Next time down, he throws his head, he flails, he does the whole cockamamie little act there, foul on Bam Adebayo. Could that actually work in the Hawks' favor? And do you think then it turns the other way and the Heat are like, oh, crap, we can't touch this guy? So I think there'll be a feeling out period. I think the first 5 minutes of Friday's games are really important, that the Heat play with hands back, that they don't get caught with hands in the cookie jar, because that could turn things also. And as much as you're talking about Trae Young's head and Gabe Vincent smiling, these playoff series, like Eric Spoelstra always says, they're soap operas. The plot lines are constantly changing. So I am curious how it's officiated. If I'm Trae Young, I am just throwing my body in there like a bowling ball in the first 2 minutes of Friday's game, seeing what happens, and then taking it from there.
It could, and yet I think we saw that last night. I mean, I don't think it can get worse than what we saw last night with, I mean, calling fouls for guys basically breathing on, not just him, by the way. I mean, it was everybody. It was almost like they saw the tape of what happened in game one, the officials did, and they wanted to make sure that it didn't happen in game two, and like it went the other way. It was just so disjointed and hard to watch. And so, to your question, I don't think it would get in the Heat's head in particular, because I frankly, I think it got in their head a little bit last night. I think you saw PJ Tucker getting really frustrated and frankly,
hell yeah. He had like three fouls in 12 seconds there in the fourth quarter when he came back.
And by the way, he could have had 3 technicals too without he was screaming at the officials. But I think it won't get in their heads because it already got to them a little bit last night. But I think they're going to figure out how to adjust. And I think they figured out how to adjust last night. And I think this gets to David Triana's question to a certain extent. He asked about Caleb Martin. And Caleb, I thought, had some good minutes off the bench last night as well, not just defensively, but hit a big 3 in the corner. And I think because the Heat have so many guys, so many bodies, in Kyle Lowry's words, that they can throw at Trae Young, I don't think there's the concern level, as long as you find a way to keep Kyle Lowry out of foul trouble, Jimmy Butler out of foul trouble, Tyler Hero, for as many problems as he's had offensively, you don't want to let him get into foul trouble. Bam Adebayo. So because of the dudes, the ensemble that this team has, I don't think they're going to be too thrown off by a tight whistle. Number one, because we already saw it last night. But number two, because you're comfortable that other guys are going to step up. But Ira, I want to make this clear really quickly before you make your point. We're talking specific to this series. If this were something that if you're going against Philadelphia, and we want to talk about what's going on around the NBA, and James Harden is getting those sorts of calls, or Tyrese Maxey, because he's more explosive, and I'm more concerned about him than I am about Harden in the next round. If those guys are getting those sorts of calls, it concerns you a little bit more because the level of competition is going up, and because you don't have the margin for error that you do against Atlanta.
Here's the deal, Clay, and I'll take you through another one of our lightning rounds. This is on our show sheet 9C that I'm taking you to right now. Is Kevin Huerter's best offensive play is what?
The 3-point shot.
But Bogdan Bogdanovic's best offensive play is what?
The 3-point shot.
Danilo Gallinari's best offensive play is what?
The 3-point shot, unless the Heat are putting Kyle Lowry on him, which I thought was really interesting last night.
To try to F him up a little bit. So what I'm
Yeah.
saying is when you're talking about a whistle, except for Trae Young, and even sometimes with Trae Young from the logo, that's their shot. You don't get a lot of fouls in a tight whistle game on three-pointers. You might get the kick-out leg one way or the other, but that's part of it also. Then you look at Jimmy Butler, attack mode. Bam when at his best, attack mode. Kyle Lowry when he's at his best, attack mode. Tyler Hero this season, I wrote about it at Sun Sentinel and sunsentinel.com, how he's muscled up. His best game, attack mode. Caleb Martin, the soaring dunks when he goes in there, attack mode. That's part of it also. The lack of whistle and the lack of respect is who the Hawks are, because all of their best players are winning with the three-pointer, so you are who you are. So basically what Trae Young is saying is, wow, we have a really screwed up mix of roster right now because we all do the same thing and only do one thing. That's the variety of the Heat. The Heat were the best three-point shooting team in the NBA by percentage of the season, but they also can play in attack mode. So the only way Atlanta turns it is if John Collins at 70% with the finger and the toe injury comes around. DeAndre Hunter was very good at points last night. Maybe he needs to get the ball a little bit more. But I think the Hawks have to shift it a little. They have to get away from settling for the three even when they're going in and playing more in attack mode. Look, the one thing about Nate McMillan throughout his career, and that's the reason that he was fired as soon as they lost to the Heat in the first round in Indiana in 2020, was he's not a great playoff coach. Was the playoffs that he always produces these really good regular season records, and then it goes south. Last year was the exception with the Hawks getting to the Eastern Conference Finals. Can Nate McMillan adjust during this series, or is Nate simply who he mostly has been during his career? That's what makes Game 3 on Friday interesting as well.
Yeah, and to your point about the Hawks, and again, this is where we're going to kind of transition into talking about the rest of the NBA.
Sure.
When you're playing against the Hawks, I think the Heat as a team in all these playoff series, by the way, not just against the Heat, are going to be better when the officials let stuff go. When they allow the Heat to play their physical brand of basketball like they did in Game 1. If the officials are letting stuff go, you're going to get the results like you did in Game 1, where the Heat just blow the Hawks off the floor. But where the reason why I'm not concerned is because of the versatility that you just mentioned offensively for the Heat, that when they are calling it tight, Jimmy Butler had that extra sense last night that I need to attack the basket. I need to draw some fouls. I need to get to the free throw line. I need to attack. And they have the ability to be versatile like that I don't think the Hawks do. To where even where they're not allowing the Heat to be physical with Atlanta doesn't necessarily have the ability to do that for long stretches of time, to where I think you're not going to be concerned about them coming back and making this a series. On the flip side, you look at Philadelphia and what they're doing right now. And by the way, I think part of that in Game 1, and mostly this is because I randomly had a bunch of Raptors fans find me on my timeline because they find a way to find you. I made a comment about how physical, but people in Canada are so nice. Raptors fans can be so mean. I don't get it. What's the deal? But what they were saying, because I made a comment about how the officials were letting the Heat play in Game 1, Raptors fans like, oh, why aren't they letting us play? Why are they? That's how the Raptors are similar to the Heat. And they want to be physical. They want to go out there and they want to push you around a little bit, get away with stuff. And the officials weren't letting them get away with anything in Game 1. Well, then all of a sudden Scotty Barnes gets hurt. I mean, and they suffered a couple of other injuries as well. And you're not the same team in Game 2. And Philadelphia is just too good for you to be able to do that. So you're starting to look ahead now and you're saying the things that the Heat are doing right now, it's good. I think that they're working through it in this series, in these first two games, and namely in Game 2, because the way things happened last night, that's not going to fly against Philadelphia in that series with the way they're playing.
No,
right now.
And again, if we're looking ahead and looking around the league, Philadelphia up 2-0. They're playing in Toronto tonight. They no Matisse Thybulle. He's not vaccinated. He couldn't get across the border. I heard he was trying to tunnel his way in, but apparently they're going to be able to stop that somehow, so that's not going to happen. Look, the way Philly's playing right now, if you're even asking me honestly, Clay Ferraro, at this point, who looks better in the playoffs so far, the Heat or the Sixers, I would have to say the Sixers. Now, I know the Heat will have home court advantage in a possible second-round Eastern Conference semifinal against the Sixers, and that's fine, but And we saw this. We got a preview that we didn't want to get when Tyrese Maxey had that great Monday night game against the Heat, when the Sixers sat out Harden and sat out Embiid, and the Sixers still won. If Tyrese Maxey plays at this level, for you and I, having spent the first 40 minutes of our Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint talking about the Heat's ensemble talent, the depth of talent for the Sixers becomes so much greater when Maxey is playing that way. That all of a sudden, James Harden can be a third wheel, or if Tobias Harris is playing well, a fourth wheel. And based on James Harden's playoff past, that's probably a good thing for them right now. Again, if you can go 4 deep like that, with players like that, with Maxey playing that way, that's going to be a hell of a series against the Heat, because you know Embiid's going to be MVP level dominant. He is. He has been every time he stepped on the court this season. That changes things. It might come down to the Spoelstra versus Rivers. I know I'm getting ahead of myself, Clay, but after watching those first 2 Sixers games, Clay, they look like a team that absolutely is at the top of their game right now.
Yeah, and you could say, okay, every game, and we'll go back to what we said in the last segment, you have to look at every game on its face and take them all as one game. In game 1, I'm going to take Raptors fans' words for it that apparently they weren't letting the Raptors breathe on anybody. In game 2, because you have the Scotty Barnes injury, and they're just key contributors that were out for Toronto. And I think we both agreed that, look, the Raptors have length and they can cause you problems when they're allowed to be physical, but they don't have that level of star that really so it's not that you're not taking anything away from Toronto, but you are taking something away from Toronto. I'm not trying to downplay what Philly did at all, but I think the matchup is kind of playing into their favor if they're not allowing Toronto to play physical. I will say this, I may not get a whole lot right on this show. I got the Tyrese Maxey thing right.
Yes.
I mean, he's the guy that scares you for this reason. James Harden, there's a little bit of Trae Young in his game, to where if you throw bodies at him and you don't fall for some of the jukes, the false steps and things like that. There's a lot of feel for the game that if you have defenders who are long, athletic, and really intelligent defensively, they can stay in front of him and not fall for some of those things. Tyrese Maxey is pure athleticism, getting a step on you. And then he's also so strong that when he takes contact, he can still finish. That's the type of player that concerns you a bit more. Atlanta didn't have anybody like that. They don't have a bowling ball that's coming downhill at you 180 miles an hour. So
actually, they do have like a 38-year-old, 40-year-old version of that in Lou Williams, but he's not playing right now with the back injury.
Yeah.
He was that kind of player. My question is this: Clay Ferraro, where the hell were you at 601 Biscayne Boulevard in November of 2020 when the Heat had the 20th pick in the first round and took Precious Achiuwa and Tyrese Maxey went 1 pick later? The players taken after Precious, whether it's Tyrese Maxey or even Desmond Bane, who went at the end of the first round there, you can see for all these people, you draft in the 20s, it doesn't matter. It does matter. Now, Precious helped get you Kyle Lowry. Precious has had his moments in Toronto, arguably far better in Toronto than he was his lone season in Miami. But it's just crazy. They were 1 pick away from Tyrese Maxey. How might that have changed their world also? So sometimes 1 pick can really make a difference. But Clay decided he was going to take that night off instead of joining us for the free pizza at the arena in the draft room. Thanks, Clay.
Well, and here's the thing. I'm not going to pretend like I knew it going into the draft. But where he kind of I'm going to say he stole my heart, but where he really caught my attention was in the playoffs last year when Ben Simmons was unplayable and Philly just needed somebody, man. And he sensed the moment and he was able to kind of jump up and be that guy at crunch time. And obviously it wasn't enough. But you're watching him and you're like, where did he come from? And to your point about, hey, Tyler Hero, we need to see him in these playoff moments where, man, you got fans in the stands and jumping up. You saw that with Tyrese Maxey, and you're seeing it already now. So when you're looking ahead with this stuff, there is a little bit of a level of concern that we were talking about, I'm not that worried about Philadelphia because I think the Heat can have a plan for James Harden. Right. I think we've already seen that the Heat haven't shown yet a plan for Tyrese. Now, playoffs are much, much different. Right. And I feel like with the number of the sheer number of players that the Heat have been able to throw at Trae Young, you're going to be able to have enough players to where you feel confident, but you're going to need to game plan for Tyrese Maxey And oh, by the way, you still got Joel Embiid over there. You still got James Harden. Where if he's
It's going to be interesting. And when we come back a week from now, there's a good chance we could be talking about Heat 76ers that is maybe moving a little bit faster than we thought. But again, the Heat game 3 on Friday, game 4 on Sunday, and game 5, if needed, next Tuesday. Philly could go up 3-0 on Toronto now. So we might be doing a preview show next week, Clay.
And by the way, Jay mentions Bam. We talked about him earlier in the program as far as the necessity to step up and where they need him. So make sure to go back and listen to that. Real quickly as we close this out, Nets Celtics. Where do you see this one going after?
I think it can go 7 because game 1 looked like the start of a 7-game series.
It's feeling right. It's funny because we were so concerned about, hey, you don't want to play Brooklyn, and it feels like the two teams who've looked best in the Eastern Conference to this point are Miami and Philadelphia. And they may be on a collision course in the second round. Still glad that you didn't have any part of Brooklyn in the first round because you don't want to get extended.
Yeah.
And yet, man, through these first few games, it's feeling like you got to feel good if you're a Heat fan for this series, maybe throughout the rest of the playoffs. But Philadelphia is looming, and you're going to have to hopefully you have some time to game plan for what they can bring. But there's still a lot of ways that they can beat you. Man, this show flew by, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out. Make sure to smash that like button for us. Big O rolls on next. We'll see you next week right here on Inside the Paint.
You've been listening to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. With Sloman's, properly securing your home, it's never been easier and more affordable. See how little it costs to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search Big O Radio Show on most platforms and smash the like button. Sports Grill on Bird Road, Miami Lakes, and their newest location in Doral is now hiring. If you're looking to join a great company and South Florida institution, give them a ring or drop an email. Sports Grill is hiring all kinds of positions from hostess to servers, bartenders, or join the kitchen staff to craft some great food for their amazing customers. Please send your resume to m.cruz@sportsgrillmiami.com or call 305-219-5726. That's 305-219-5726. Sports Grill. Good food, good drink, good friends. Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646. Expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by HialeahParkCasino.com. Enjoy simulcast racing, dining, a magnificent poker room, and a casino with the most popular machines on the market. OKCoin.com. Download the app on iOS, Google Play, or Windows. OKCoin.com with over 50 different coins and incredible staking rewards. Pallet Rack City. There's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. OK Coin is one of the largest fiat to crypto trading platforms in the world, founded in 2013. OK Coin offers advanced features for crypto beginners and high-volume traders alike, enabling users in 184 countries worldwide. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Morning, welcome back. We are ready to rock and roll once again. And we thank, of course, Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro, Sean Stanley, mastering this program every single day. It's a beautiful thing, man. It's a beautiful thing. Thanks to all of you out there already on the chat board supporting the boys. Nice to see a little basketball, a little playoff basketball. That was sweet last night watching Jimmy do his thing, watching the Panthers come back once again. That was awesome, man. There's a lot of things going on. U.S. Open Cup yesterday. Campana scoring again. That man can ring the bell. He knows how to do it. Damn. Impressive how that guy has been finding the back of the net, and they won yesterday in the U.S. Open Cup. So a bunch of things to talk about today, right? And we got NFL. We're going to have what's it called? Ian Rappaport joining us in a couple of minutes now. He'll join us at 10:10 like he normally joins us. So we'll have some fun with him. So we got a bunch of stuff to talk about today on the program. Remember, you can always reach out to us on the Welt and Rayom text line at 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056 if you want to reach out to us on the Welt and Rayom text line. And of course, if you need a law firm that needs to protect your rights from personal injury, commercial litigation, business owner claims, criminal defense, condo damage, bankruptcy, homeowner property damage, all of those things, Welt and Rayom, folks. Make sure you call them. All right. And they will take care of you. 954 is their number. 966-4646. That's 954-966-4646 for Welt and Rayom. And when you see Jeff, if you're a rocker and you love music, talk a little music with Jeff too. Because it's Jeff and Dan, right? There's several other lawyers, but obviously the two top ones are Dan and Jeff, and they do an amazing job. And Jeff is a big-time music guy. He and I are always going back and forth and talking about music. So really, really good people there at Welt and Rayom. So make sure you call them if you need. Hopefully you don't need it because, obviously, don't want you to need it. But if it happens, you've got a law firm here. It's been dealing. And by the way, they take on insurance companies like it's going out of style. So if you're getting, taken advantage of, your homeowner's insurance or something like that, you need to call Welt and Rayom. All right. They bring those insurance companies to their knees. All right. Good people there at Welt and Rayom. All right. So 855-912-1056 for the text line if you want to get in here. Figueroa says, yo, Big O, shout out to the spokesman ambassador of the Tua live crew, baby. That's right. We're here. Remy, they had the Marlins game on BSF. I missed the Panthers. Okay. Big O, good morning from New England. Happy 420. There are more nipples than humans. And there's nothing wrong with that. Okay? For those of us that are nipple fans, right? I mean, we were born liking nipples. So, it's just one of those things. Nipples are a way of life. So, got to nip it in the bud, as they say, on a 420. All right, 855-912-1056 there. 305 says, good morning, Big O. Albuquerque in the house. Looking forward to meeting you guys in Vegas. Best show anywhere. Keep it up, my brother. Fins up. Thank you, my friend. Looking forward to meeting you and everybody else over at Tommy Rockers in Las Vegas. Can't wait for that, man. That's going to be a lot of fun. So we're going to have a blast there, man. It's going to be I'm going to be there a long time, but hopefully we'll be able to get some business done too in the process. By the way, if your business wants to join our business and team up as our platform continues to grow, you can reach out to our business line at 786-754-4664. That's only for sponsorships. That's not for prizes or giveaways or anything. It's just for sponsorships. No calls will be returned there if it's not sponsorships, okay? But if your business, local, statewide, nationally, internationally, wants to be a part of our show now that we are reaching all platforms and all levels now, 786-754-4664. All right, so reach out to us there on our business line also if you want to join us. What else do we have? Let me see. Greer on what Miami will do on draft day. Watch Tyreek Hill highlights. Yeah, they're having the draft press conference now, which, we'll talk to Joe Shad at 11:30 about it. He's not going to. They don't say anything in any of these draft things. It's hoping that he says something about something currently going on, because he's really not going to tell you anything about where they're going to draft, who they like in the third round or something along those lines, that kind of stuff. That's not going to end up happening, so let me see here. Let me check. By the way, let me check the feed here and see what we got coming in from the Dolphin beat writers out there. Greer adds that anytime you make a big move like that, it's important to have high values picks like that in the future. Talk about Tyreek. Also mentioned the fact that Miami added an extra third rounder with Devontae Parker trade, gives them 5 in the first 3 rounds in 2023. We know that. Greer says, we'll always listen. If there's an opportunity for a guy who feels that is a special talent is falling, we'll look at it. Greer about moving back into the first round. So we'll do that. So there you go. Greer's talking to the media. We'll talk to Joe Shad at 11:30. He's there covering the press conference. We'll go over Chris Greer's comments, but now it is time to go NFL nationwide, baby. And we do it every week with our Sloman's Look Around the NFL and Ian Rappaport.
Football fans, it's time to look around the NFL. It's the Sloman's Home Security NFL Insider Zone with NFL Network's Ian Rappaport. In the NFL, you need a great offensive line for protection. In life, call 1-800-ALARM-ME to protect your home with the best in the business. Sloman's has been serving customers for nearly 100 years. No one protects your family like Sloman's Home Security. Now, let's find out the latest in the NFL with one of the best reporters in the business, Ian Rappaport.
All right, there he is, Ian Rapp. Well, let's get the. There we go.
Hey, there we go.
Hi, how you doing, my brother?
What's up, man? Is Chris Greer talking right now? Are we counter programming to Chris Greer?
Yeah, kind of, but it's pre-draft press conferences. Enough said.
I mean, there's some questions people are going to ask him about that I'm sure he's going to have to answer. That'll be interesting. We'll keep monitoring it.
But it won't be about the draft. It'll be everything else.
I think that's probably right. Yes.
Yeah. Because I've covered those press conferences for many years, and you walk out of there going, "Well, yeah, they're not supposed to tell you anything, dude."
Right. I love that people make fun of him. I love the pre-draft press conferences because you really do get to see how creative these guys are with not really saying anything.
Exactly. How good are they, or how boring, depending on who it is, because Belichick won't be nearly as entertaining as some guys would be. You know what they should have done? They should have put Mike McDaniel there for the pregame press conference, because then it's always going to be entertaining no matter what, that's the good thing about looking forward to these Mike McDaniel press conferences.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens after a loss. He's one of those guys where, you get to know these guys a little bit, and they're coming up and they're young, and I always wondered about him, like, would he change, or is he just going to be this, pretty good dude who's brilliant mind but pretty relaxed and kind of funny? He has not changed yet. I hope head coaching does not change him. It can. I'm sure there was a time when Adam Gase, for instance, was pretty mild-mannered. He is now, but he wasn't as a head coach. I hope Mike McDaniel does not change. I will say that.
Yeah, so do I. I kind of hope he's that guy that is kind of flippant at times, even in losses. And you're like, does he care, or what is it with? And he's like the guy that, dude, I'm not going to lose my shit whether I win or I lose. I'll be the same kind of guy.
Yeah.
If he's that guy, that'll be fun, because at least, he's the same guy, but he's the same guy no matter what. And you can kind of get used to something like that. You know what I'm saying? What you can never get used to is the high or low coach, the guy that loses his mind while they're winning and also is going over the top when they're losing. You know what I mean? That's the guy you got to be afraid of.
Yeah. And, to me, and obviously I'm not a professional football player, but I, played sports my whole life. So I feel like I've dealt with a lot of different coaches, and I never got the rah-rah motivator type, like motivation doesn't really work. I mean, it works coming out of the locker room for like a second, but it really doesn't work, right? It's really just the smart guy who can put you in position to succeed, who can teach you how to do it, who can be understanding and compassionate when you don't do it. It's like nobody wants the guy who yells at you when you let the ball go between your legs. Like, obviously you didn't mean to let the ball go between your legs. Like, that's the point. You're not trying to do that. So that's, there's a couple reasons that I think Mike McDaniel is going to work and be good in Miami, but that's one of them. Is I feel like he's so even-keeled and level-headed and just focused on making sure his players are in position to succeed, that if it gets bad, he's going to be okay. And that, like, evenness is probably what this team needs, especially now, because, as you know, there's some very real expectations.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. Ian Rappaport joins us every week here for our Sloman's Look around the NFL. All right, let me talk a little Deebo Samuel. Obviously, something's going on there with the contract and everything else, and because we have Mike McDaniel here, I've got the Dolphins, nation just coming after me.
How many star receivers do they want? How much money do they want? So I'll just cut you off right here. Sorry for cutting you off.
Yes, please. No, I know where you're going. I'm with you 100%. Take the stage, please.
With what picks are the Dolphins going to trade for Deebo Samuel? We're talking first rounder and more. The price is set. I mean, we've seen it. Devonta Adams went for a 1 and a 2. Tyreek went for a 1 and a lot more. What are we talking here? A 1+? Like, Dolphins
next year's picks, you're going to end up giving up everything that you've collected for next year. And by the way, here's what I keep explaining to people, okay? Mostert, Chase, Cedric, Waddle, and Tyreek are Deebo Samuel. Oh, I'm sorry, and Alec Ingold. They're all Deebo Samuel. Mike McDaniel's going to attack teams with Deebo Samuel, but it's 6 dudes that are going to do the things that Deebo Samuel does. And that's how he's going to attack you. And then here's the flip side. Let me go to an extreme here also, Ian, that I don't think people ever think about. Who the F plays like this and lasts forever in this league? That contract that Deebo Samuel wants is also very dangerous, because receivers are not known to be running into people constantly and seeking out contact. That's not also a healthy contract. You got to be careful when you give a contract to a guy like this, because this is new territory, and to survive physically playing that game, dude, that's tough.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point. And I think usage is an issue for Deebo Samuel, right? Like, mean, he's young and he is great. I mean, he is a great player, one of the most dynamic players in the NFL, but and he's been certainly healthy enough. But does this take a toll on you? If you pay him, are you like, all right, well, now we have to use him differently? And then you're like, well, actually, we paid him for a reason, so shouldn't we use him for the reason we paid him? I mean, it does create a conundrum, but I guess it's sort of like that at all times, right? Anytime you have a player who, it's like anytime you sign a running back, I'm not saying he's a running back, but anytime you sign a running back, there's a chance that he's one hit away. That's just part of it, but he's a great player, so you sign him anyway. It is an interesting
even that, by the way, even that we don't bell cow anymore. Outside of Derrick Henry, we don't even bell cow running backs anymore to not put them at that risk.
Right. And I think, the world is changing, but Deebo Samuel is a receiver and he is dynamic. So, I don't sense that he's going anywhere anytime soon, but things can change in the NFL, so we shall see.
Yeah, it's just, and how do you like my idea that I think that's what McDaniel's doing? He has Deebo on his team already, but he's gonna do it piecemeal with all kinds of guys. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, I would say philosophically that's probably right, because what he's going to be really good at is making sure that he creates space for his playmakers to just get the ball. Like Deebo is a great example because he's a receiver who doesn't always catch the football. There's handoffs, there's pitches, tosses, all sorts of stuff. And what McDaniel does well, what Kyle Shanahan does well, is open up their brains and go, just because this is a receiver does not mean that he needs to actually receive. And I think, that's one reason why, even though the 49ers haven't always had great players, they've always been able to make plays because they get their guys in space and create opportunities for that. So I think McDaniel is going to do that. I think there's a ton of playmakers in Miami. I don't think they need Deebo Samuel. I know everybody wants him. Everybody wants everyone. But I don't think they need him at all.
Yeah, I'm with you there. All right, let's go over a couple ones quickly here. Sean Payton, that still continues to be talked about, and he mentioned that intermediaries talked about all of this. Fill us in on all of this so we can put a nail in the coffin, because the Dolphins already have their coach, but somehow or another, this thing just continues to have a life of its own.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard all the rumors. I've heard it very loudly. I have not been able to independently corroborate that all of that is actually fact. Like, it seems to me pretty far-fetched, right? Like, let's just go through this a little bit. So Tom Brady retires, does a fake retirement. He knows it's going to be fake, but he still does the teary-eyed press release. His father, cries on video. He does that knowing that he's going to come back and try to be part owner of the Dolphins, and then be an executive, and then have the league allow him to be an owner who also plays, and then get the Bucs to trade for him, which why would they even do that? Why would they do that? But theoretically, I guess anything's possible. Who knows? But that's a leap as well. And then have the Bucs just okay a trade for him to go to Miami, where he is now the starting quarterback with Sean Payton, who didn't even want to coach in 2022 as his head coach. I mean, it seems like something you would put in a movie. I think people are accepting it as fact. It might be fact, but for me personally, I have not independently corroborated that, so I would not be a great source on it, unfortunately.
I'm with you there. All right, Jarvis Landry, why can't he find a home, bro? Because that's a tough-ass slot receiver that I would love to have on my team. Is he asking for too much money? What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, when you get to this point, it's always about how much the player wants versus the team being like, yeah, maybe we'll wait for the draft, or maybe we could just sign a guy now. It's always a little bit of a push-pull as far as the timing goes. If you're a team, you look at it two ways. You could say, all right, we need a slot receiver. We could lock up this guy, fill a hole, we're good. Or you could say, you know what? Instead of paying him $9 million, maybe we pay a first-round receiver a lot less. So we'll see what ends up happening. I know the Browns have some interest as well. And we'll kind of, today will be very telling because, sometimes when a player makes a visit, that's the day he ends up making a decision, whether or not he goes where he's actually visiting. We shall see about that.
Yeah, it's sometimes he's had a little bit of an inflated opinion of himself, thinking that he's a
Well,
little
we
bit
all do.
more than a slot. Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe that's why he's a little bit out there. All right, Kyler Murray, who I obviously did not report. He's making his stance on this. How is this thing going to develop right now with Kyler? Is this holdout just a message right now, since it is voluntary, or do you think this is going to drag into training camp and the preseason?
It is so punitive for a player to not show up. It is so costly. The fines, the withholding pay, it is not just ugly in just that it's ugly, but it hurts. It stings. Player feels it. I'm not saying it's not possible. I think anything is possible, but the thought of him actually staying away for training camp seems crazy to me. I know the reports, and my colleague Tom Pelissero does a great job. Had one of them where he's unlikely to play under without a new contract. I think one will get done, but the thought of him just staying away and collecting all the fines seems almost unfathomable to me.
Yeah, but it's, man, I feel bad for the Cardinals because I like the kid because I think he's a real passer, actually. You know what I mean?
Right.
He's not just an athlete trying to learn to be a quarterback. No, this guy's got the natural instincts back there to be a quarterback, but he hasn't arrived yet. That's the thing. It's one of those where,
and he wants to be paid like
flashes,
he has, which,
right?
You know, that's okay. We all want a lot of things. We'll see where the team is on that.
How do you pay him? All right, finally, Baker. What happens? Because, dude, every quarterback that's available, they're linking him to Carolina. And, you know, if I'm a Panthers fan, I'm not necessarily enthralled by all the names I've had to be tied to the last couple of years.
Yeah.
If I'm a Panthers fan. So,
they got to have one, though. You know, like they got to have one. And that's the thing. So, like, you know, is a trade for Baker Mayfield likely? I don't know. But if they don't pick one in the first round, we'll see. I mean, that's the problem is, like, you can talk all you want about Baker Mayfield, the pros and cons and what happens. Like, first of all, he led the Browns to the playoffs literally last year. So, I mean, the guys who are available are both quarterbacks who led their teams to the playoffs. Garoppolo and Baker, and neither are exactly healthy. Both should be okay, but it's, you know, it's a little bit of leap of faith there. And then you're right. I mean, if you're the Panthers, that's an option. The salary is big. It's really a decision of, do you just take one in the first round or do you trade for someone like Baker? And I don't believe they've made that decision yet.
Something tells me they go young, man. You might be good. Go get Pitts or somebody there, man. We'll see. All right. Follow him on Twitter at Rap Sheet. And, of course, catch his work there at the NFL Network. And you can catch him here at the Slowman's Look Around the NFL. Ian, as always, my man, thank you. We will catch up next week, my friend. Appreciate you.
All right. Look forward to it, man. Take care.
You got it. There you go. Ian Rappaport coming through for us, as always, every Wednesday at 10:10 Eastern. You can catch Ian Rappaport here giving us insight on everything going on in the NFL.
You've been listening to the Slowman's Home Security NFL Insider Zone with NFL Network's Ian Rappaport. With Slowman's properly securing your home, it's never been easier and more affordable. See how little it costs to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. The Slowman's Home Security NFL Insider Zone with Ian Rappaport is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search and subscribe to Big O Radio Show on most platforms and smash the like button.
All righty. Yes, we are back. We're back. Sean, take down that board there of Nature B so I can show something here that we got in the mail yesterday. We got this. So I asked the great people at Slowman's. I said, Zach, do me a favor, bro. Come on, Chris. Send me another Alarmo, because I want to have an Alarmo when we are on the road. Because, like, when I'm at Hialeah Park or Acura, there's nothing on the mic, right? So I wanted to bring one, which I opened it. You can see the guy in the back there. I should take a picture. Anyway, so That one is the one that Sean's going to use to put it on our road mic, and by the way, in draft too. We gotta have it, while the draft. So there you go, Sean. By the way, Sean, you got to get creative on how you place the alarmo. So yesterday on social media, just in case you didn't see it on Instagram or Twitter or Facebook, I am going to give 3 because I only wanted 1. I only asked them, hey, can you send me an alarmo so I could, give it to Sean and he can, put it on our road mics and all that stuff. And they were like, yeah, cool, no problem. And they sent me a family of alarmos, as you can see. So we're going to give 3 of them away on the show. Now you've got to DM me, okay, on Twitter or on Instagram. Instagram, it's Big O Radio Show. Twitter, it's Big O Show. Facebook, you can do it too. And on the text line, on the Welton Rayom text line, 855-912-1056. Text us there, your full name, your address, your email, okay? And I will pick 3 winners by Monday, and we will mail them out to you on Monday. I will have the wife mail them out to you, okay, to the 3 winners. So if you're looking for your own alarmo, there you go. All right. So gifted that. Now we got it. So there you go. 855-912-1056. If you can, DM me on Twitter or on Instagram or on Facebook. At least you can send it in on the text. I will pick 3 winners. If you want an alarmo also for your home, your car, your office, whatever, sport it, by the way, when you do get it, tweet it out that you got your alarmo. So there you go. Figured I'd give those away. Come on, man. Let's have a little fun with that, right? Kenny Pickett to Carolina, says King. Sure, I would. I like the Kenny Pickett kid, man. I've always liked him since last year. The last 2 years, I've been a Kenny Pickett fan, and I would draft the kid, and I would take a chance on him. I may not take him with the top picks in the draft, but in the middle of the first round, late first round, I'll take a shot at the kid, man. Second round, I'll take a shot at the kid. Now, anybody that takes him in those areas, I completely understand, man. He's got something. There's something there with him, man. He's got some moxie. I like the kid. Eric Storm says, Miami signed Cedric Wilson to a solid contract to be a slot wide receiver. Gesicki is also more of a slot wide receiver than a tight end. Waddle and Tyreek are great in the slot or on outside. Miami has 6 guys who can play slot. Well, yeah, but not the slot you're talking about. See, Gesicki is not the slot guy that can go in either direction. That's not really what you want. But I understand what you're saying overall. But yes, I get it. Because you want your slot guy to have a lot of shake and bake to be able to juke the defender one way or the other, whether he wants to go inside or he wants to pop outside. You've got to be able to test him and push him that way. So I would tell you that. By the way, Joe Shad will join us in hour number 2 of the program. We'll go over what's it called? Chris Greer's comments. Okay. So we'll have a little fun with Joe Shad there. And Mandy Campbell from OK Coin is going to join us at 1:00. So we'll talk a little crypto with Mandy at 1:00 also on the program. So how about that? So we've got a lot of things going on the show today and a lot of people to talk to on the show today. Alarmo, can Will Smith some BAFs? Don't forget Bowden, Eric. He's also primarily a slot wide receiver. Yeah, Bowden, all these kind of guys. That's why I told you that for all the people that have this, hard on for Deebo Samuel, which is just unrealistic and it just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I think I saw somebody, you would have to trade Waddle. Stop already. Stop with the, stupidity. They're not going to trade Waddle, which I think is what that person said also. No, they're not going to do anything. Deebo's not coming here. Stop it already. That's the problem with some Dolphins. You guys are unrealistic and you want every free agent out there. And we go through this every year. You guys want everybody that gets cut everybody that's available to trade, you want to make the move. And I love Deebo Samuel, the player. But at this point in time, with what Miami's done already, they cannot sign Deebo Samuel. It would be irresponsible at this point to trade and add that contract. By the way, that's the other thing that's stupid. You know what I mean? You have Waddle cheap for 4 more years. So you trade him to bring in Deebo Samuel and add a ginormous contract? That just, that's where people just sometimes get ridiculous. You know what I mean? It is what it is. And Nizzle, you are correct, sir. Smash the like button, please. Very important to smash the like button. When you're listening to the podcast, day or night, smash that like button. When you're watching the YouTube channel, day or night, please smash the like button. Very important. I'm good, Sean Kelly says, with what we've got and see what we get in the draft, and then we can reevaluate the team. Yeah, I'm with you there. Hell of a performance last night by the Heat over the Hawks, 115-105. Miami is now leading 2-0 in this best-of-7 series. Trae Young struggled again last night with 10 turnovers and bad hair. He can fix the turnovers. I don't know about the hair. I'm trying to figure out who had worse hair. Jeff Hornacek, Steve Nash, or Trae Young. Not sure. But it's a tight race, bro. It's a tight race. I mean, that's the bad hair committee. Whew. Damn. And that kid and the guys are right. They're getting in Trae's head. You know, when you're saying you want to bully the bully in the first game and then you're complaining that it got too physical, which us older guys are like, that's physical? Really? You think that's physical? You have no idea what you're talking about, kid. You are completely lost. Bogdanovich, man, that man got hot in the second half there, especially that fourth quarter. So we'll see what happens on Friday. We'll see if they can make it 3-0, but you got to love that they're beating the Hawks and they're not even at their best. That's the sweet part. And I heard the guys talking a little bit about Tyler Hero, and I am not worried at all about Tyler Hero. I don't care that Duncan didn't score a point last night. I don't care about any of that stuff. I just care about the win. How it happens when you have that much talent on the team. There's going to be off nights for people. There's going to be a lack of rhythm nights for people. That's what I think has been more about for Tyler. It's just the ball has gone in other directions, and when it's come to him, it hasn't been as consistent, and he hasn't been able to get in the kind of groove and all that. I don't worry about Tyler. I don't worry about Bam. I don't worry about any of that stuff. I don't worry about Duncan not scoring last night after scoring a boatload in the first game. I don't care about any of that. The thing that developed throughout the year that we did not know is the depth that this team now has. Oladipo is sitting there, healthy as can be, and can't play. Markieff Morris is healthy and can't play. That's how deep this team is. So it's so deep that everybody can't have a good game. It's so deep that not everybody can play. That's a blessing. Okay? That's an enormous blessing. So I just look at it and I say, this is where you look at this team and this is a good thing. Don't allow anybody to tell you, oh, we should be worried about Tyler. We should be, Bam had foul trouble. Oh, well, what happened with Robinson? Why didn't he score? Played 7 minutes, scored nothing. Nothing to be worried about. The ball didn't go his way. It didn't flow his way. You needed sometimes more of a defensive approach at times. You have some guards that can give you more of that. Man, you haven't even had to really use the Trey Young stopper in Caleb Martin. Did make a couple plays, but it's amazing. What did Caleb play in the second game now? Because he didn't play a lot either, right? I'll tell you right now exactly how many minutes, because it wasn't anything impressive either for Caleb, you know? And here's a young man that's been a big part of this team all throughout the year as he's developed into one hell of a player for the Miami Heat. Last night, let me see, because I know it wasn't much. 17 minutes. That's a little more than last time. 3 points, 2 steals, and the block, and obviously those are things that you're not going to get from Duncan. But Markieff Morris doesn't play. Oladipo doesn't play. Your Saban doesn't play. I mean, but that's no surprise. Robinson only plays 7 minutes. Hero only shoots 11 shots, makes 5. He didn't have a bad game. It was 15 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, but he only shot 11 times. But if you don't need it, you don't need it. It's all right. It's all right. There'll be a night where he has to, go off, and he will. I had no problem. In fact, I loved watching every minute of Jimmy Butler going off. It's fun. And I'm happy for Jimmy in this sense. I talked a little bit about this before the guys came on. He's incredibly selfless. All Jimmy's done for 2 years here is get everybody else involved. So if there's some of those nights where he has to take over and he can, and he's in a groove, let him go. Let him go. They couldn't stop him. See, what you love about Jimmy is he is a fearless dude. He's not afraid of the moment. He's not afraid of the play. He's not afraid to fail. And that's for all of us in life. If you're doing something and you're afraid to fail, then you're not programmed the right way. You need to reprogram yourself. Let's just put it that way. Failure is a part of life. But when you're not afraid to fail, that allows you to succeed so much. And that's exactly what Jimmy Butler is in a groove. He's a fearless dude. So, yeah, lately he's stroking threes. What did he do last night? I mean, it's just stupid. 4 of 7 from 3-point range. In fact, let me look at his game log overall. Let me look at his game log. Lately, he's been shooting like a pretty damn good 3-point shot, man. 4 of 7, 1 of 2, 0 of 2, 2 of 4, 2 of 3, 0 of 3, 3 of 5, 0 of 3, 1 of 2, 2 of 2. I mean, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, the last 9 games, 10 games, I'm sorry, I just read. More often than not, he's hit. He had a couple stinkers, but this is a guy that normally can't shoot threes. He's terrible at shooting threes normally. But wow, I don't know what's got into him the last couple of weeks, but he's hitting threes. So while he's hitting threes, let him go, man. Let him go. That was fun last night. That was a lot of fun last night. Looking forward to Friday. And again, Friday's the day you gut these guys out. Friday's the day you win and you put Atlanta in a corner like it's over, dude. You got no shot. You guys don't belong on the same court with us. That's what you have to do. Last night you lose. You breathe life into Atlanta. Now you're sucking the life out of Atlanta. You're sucking the life out of Trey Young. And if you do it again on Friday, it's over. That's where Capella says, I don't even need to bother and try to get back because we're not going to survive anyway. And even if you get Capella back, he won't be himself, just like John Collins is not himself either. Had a double-double, but he's still not himself. You can tell that he's not the same guy. That guy always plays well against the Miami Heat. And Capella, by the way, also has, pretty good stats usually against the Heat. They would make it an interesting series. I still think they would lose to Miami if they were fully healthy. They have the potential of giving anybody trouble. You know what I mean? They have enough, but they're not better than the Heat. They're just not better than the Heat. And the Heat needs to eliminate that on Friday. Just make sure that all hope is just absolutely out the window. All right, 855-912-1056. If you want to get in on the Welt and Rheum text line, that's 855-912-1056. Hey, Edge Energy Drink is a proud sponsor of our program. Just 78 calories. Delicious, smooth, zero aftertaste. Go to myedgedrink.com. I love it last night. In fact, I was having a little edge. So it's the perfect drink to just relax. I'm kind of like eliminating the soft drinks in the process, and so I'm replacing it with Edge. And I'm starting to actually drink more Edge than I was drinking before. Why? Because I'm replacing some of that soft drink stuff. But it's also a great elixir. All right, on the weekends, I like to mix it up a little bit with some vodka. I'm a Grey Goose guy, and it just goes beautifully. You know, if you love your rum, vodka, you can mix it up. And if you want to also get 10% off, use my code Big O, and you can order Edge Energy Drink wherever you're at in the country, man. Go to myedgedrink.com. I promise you, okay, no bull, like all that other crap that has, aftertaste and all that, and way more calories. I want you to check out Edge Energy Drink. I promise you, once you try and you live on the edge, you will never, ever go to any other sports drink again, because you will have the edge. And when it comes to sports drinks and life too. So myedgedrink.com and use my code Big O to get 10% off. There you go. Johnny Rotten says, morning, Big O from Carolina. Is it me, or is Omar Kelly very biased to black players and coaches? Hearing his rant yesterday was crazy. Well, hey, I love my man, Omar, but like a lot of people, they've been suckered by Cap. That's all. They've been suckered by Cap. And watching that interview was, what's it, Chad Johnson and Brandon Marshall and all this and that. And this is a guy that I don't respect. Sorry, I don't respect quitters. And that guy's a quitter. And he's a quitter, and he's one of these guys that he feels like he's entitled. And he feels like he's the only one that's ever been stripped of something or lost an opportunity or whatever. And the problem I have with Kaepernick is he never fought back. And so many people, like Omar, buy all this bullshit that he's selling. This guy couldn't even fight for a cause that he helped start. An incredibly important cause that many others were fighting. He sat behind the scenes. This guy, dude, if this guy had balls, he'd take on the NFL. So his ignorance is, well, no, give me a chance. Okay, they're not giving you a chance. They didn't give Warren Moon a chance. He went to the CFL to force them to come back. That's what I told Omar. You go to the CFL, you go, if Kaepernick immediately after getting cut and can't get in the league, he goes right to the CFL and starts to ball out. It becomes a political nightmare for the NFL, because half the fan bases would be losing their minds going, there's a quarterback there, bring him to our team, we need him. And he would have been hired right away. Now, if his stupid ass or anybody else is dumb enough in this country to continue to cover this stupid ass story, and I saw the story of who was the young player, like, I'm impressed with Kaepernick in a workout. It's a workout, dude. What's a workout? It's not a game. It's what I told Omar yesterday. The guy doesn't play football, yet he wants everything handed to him. Go earn it, bro. Go earn it. Plenty of people get cut for whatever reason, and they've got to go do it. Musicians lose a record contract, and then all of a sudden they're out for a year or two. They don't have and they got to find a way to go get a record contract. I'll give you a great example. Dirty Honey, one of my favorite young bands. Okay, they don't have a record contract. They had a hit record last year with no record contract, and they still haven't gotten a record contract. Okay. I drove up to Orlando to go see those guys. Why? Because it's young rock and rollers. I want to support them, buy a shirt, go to the concert. I want them to succeed, man. You got to support people that deserve it. Those mother effers are fighting. They're not giving up. They're trying to get a record contract, and they got another song that may end up becoming a hit without a record contract. So players get cut all the time. CEOs get fired. You guys get fired, and you're out of work, and you got to go find another job. What do? Quit? Do you sit back at home and say, no, hire me? Or do you go back and try to get back in the mix and try to climb back the ladder again? Because we all do. And for whatever reason, you might have been blackballed like him. It might have been a racial thing. It might have been a personal thing. You might have effed up and you deserve to get fired, and now you got to fix it. But a lot of us in life, okay, we fall off that horse for whatever reason, and we find a way to fight and get back to it. Bernard King, when knee injuries were the end of your career, he easily could have mailed it in. And I don't know what the hell the doctors did at that time, because it wasn't modern medicine at that time, but they patched him up enough, and his heart drove him to have one of the great seasons of all time. And anybody, and I don't care about the team or anything like that, but anybody that watched Bernard King that year as a basketball fan said, props. That's a man right there. That's a real stud right there. That's a person, a human being that has the ultimate spirit of competitive, just, I don't know what you want to call it, but just competitive drive. Because he played on, not you, because some of you are too young for this, but a lot of us that watched it, his ass was playing knee on knee. Bone on bone. That guy must have had all kinds of treatment and ice, and he must have been in pain. But to play the way he played was so admirable. It was just one of those things that you're like, wow, it inspires. Cap doesn't inspire me. Cap's a con artist that deep down inside knew he wasn't good enough to be an NFL quarterback anymore. And he had his little run like Nick Foles or Trent Dilfer or whatever, and you had some success. You didn't win it, but you had some success. And deep down inside, you knew you were just part of a system and a team, and you had success. But if you knew you were the shit, that you were the man, you would have gone to the CFL, embarrassed the hell out of that league, and then you would have said, well, let's go. And somebody in the NFL would have no choice but to sign you. But the way you're doing it, the way you went about it, they don't have to sign you. They can leave everything in the gray area. And then those of you that want to get suckered. And yeah, what I love is the legend of Cap grows for the, the fools that buy this story from him. Because they make him sound better than what he is. Because, he had his moments for a couple of years. He played great against the Dolphins. And he got to the Super Bowl and all that stuff. And plenty of quarterbacks have had some runs because they were part of great teams. But when you're great, well, then you'll go out and show it. You'll go out and prove it to people. And that's where he failed. So, for me, Omar and the rest of those dudes there, and plenty of you out there that buy this bullshit, you're all suckers, bro. You're all suckers. That guy had no balls to continue playing the game. And deep down inside, he knew he had his little lucky run and it was over. And that's it. That's all. He didn't really want to be a quarterback. Got his money from Nike and he's comfortable. Got his money from what is it, Apple or whoever is going to do his, silly ass story. So more fools can buy it. Whatever, man. Whatever floats your boat. If you want to buy that bullshit, you can go ahead and buy that bullshit. I'll admire the men and women that actually fight through adversity and try to conquer it. I'll admire Jackie Robinson and Jim Abbott. I'll admire Edwin Moses. I'll admire the people that overcame some serious stuff and took on sometimes some of these people took on a lot of hate head on and overcame it. Nobody wanted back in those days Jackie Robinson in baseball. Talk about being blackballed. Yet he was going to fight it every moment of every single inning of every single at bat. And guess what? He won. Okay. I mean, part of Muhammad Ali and Roger Staubach's careers were taken because they had to go to the Army or the Navy, right? I think it was Army for Muhammad and Navy for Staubach, right? Those guys came back. I admire the human being who truly fights. You know what I mean? For the cause. That dude has no fight in him. Not for his cause, not for his career. No, I just want you to give me a shot. Well, where? What's the proof, bro? What, 5 years ago? You play with yourself. You don't play football. Go show us you can do something. That's the problem. The NFL must have loved the fact that he took this road. Oh, and by the way, he's so gutless. He ended up winning a case against the NFL, and remember, this is Mr. Ballsy, supposedly, which he really doesn't have any. He then couldn't tell everybody how much he made in the case. He had to stay quiet. I mean, if you're going to take on the league, take on the league. But no, you'll pocket your money, bro, because that's what you're doing behind the scenes, dude. You play this game in front, suckers buy it. Behind the scenes, you line your pockets. Any of you guys want to keep buying that bullshit, you can go ahead and buy that bullshit. Kaepernick is a smart businessman. He sucked at QB, so of course he doesn't want to play. He made millions from corporate America. Well, I wouldn't say he sucked at QB. I'll say he had his run at QB. You can't suck and get to Super Bowls. Okay? Can't suck. But if you're truly great, you then go out and prove it. You know what I'm saying? The idea that you were blackballed or you were the opportunity was taken from you. This has happened to many, many people over the years. And many, many, many that showed character fought back. This guy chose to he got knocked out and chose to take the count, stay down, and never get back up again. That's what he chose to do. And you're right, he is smart because he's manipulated the situation perfectly into some story that is so, So, yeah. But, hey, it is what it is. Omar's no different than many others that have fallen for this crap story. Crappernick story is what it is. Let's see. Some great QBs came through the CFL before starting in the NFL. Yeah, I already talked about all of that yesterday. But he's above all of that. That's the thing with Kaepernick. He's above That's that millennial thing, that they're above, actually having to sacrifice. They're above all of that kind of stuff. Big O, while you're in Vegas, place a bet on the Fins to make or win the Super Bowl. Put out would be insane. I'm going to definitely bet over 8.5. You can bet your life on that. I am laying the wood on Miami over 8.5 because they're going to win more than 8.5 games. They will be in the playoffs this year. Okay. And I know it's his first year, but he inherited a 9-10 win team. If he fixes the offensive line in the running game, Tua will do the rest. I'm not worried about that part. I'm more worried that you fix the line, you fix the running game, and we move on. And we're good. That would be absolutely phenomenal if we can do that. So, yeah, I am going over 8.5 with the Miami Dolphins. I love the Fins, that number over 8.5 this year. I got to say, I do like Adam Pac-Man Jones in that I Am Athlete show. He seems very humble and a bit more real than the others. Hey, listen, Pac-Man, Pac-Man's like a weird dude. You're right. He looks like a cool dude, but he's done a lot of dumb things in his life, and he's got arrested way too much. The only time I never blame Adam was the one on the airport scene recently. That idiot that just wanted to challenge him, like, what are you, a moron, dude? And Pac just kicked his ass. Like, for that, I was rooting for Pac on that one. You know what I'm saying? That I was rooting for. But he does look cool, right? But there's something that has triggered many, many incidents with him over the years. And I hope somehow he's figured it out because, dude, that guy's been arrested like in double digits. Not a lot of us can survive that. Okay? So, but yeah, it's he does have now Chad and Brandon have zero business doing an interview show. Let's be honest now. There are two cheerleaders doing interview shows. Okay? So, Omar goes, I officially gave up on this conversation when I listened to 24 number 2 QBs in the NFL that Colin Kaepernick is better than. I love it. See, Dola, Kaepernick just trying to stay relevant. Exactly. That's all it is. But the suckers do, they buy it hook, line, and sinker. Big O, I agree with you about truly fighting. Explain the difference of letting Deebo be in a training camp all summer as a tight end, and he'll never even play tight end. Well, again, Giovanni, don't blame the NFL because Urban Meyer is an idiot. Okay? Urban Meyer, Deebo had no business being in a camp. That's Urban Meyer because that was his friend. And he was, taking care of his friend. That's all that was. That wasn't anything that had to do with actual football. Everyone in the league knew that he had no business being there. Okay? And that's only Tim Tebow had no business being in a Mets uniform for the last couple of years in the minors. Zero. But again, he's a guy that will sell tickets. That's all. And they know that. So they milked it. But don't blame the rest of the NFL for Tim Tebow because nobody would have brought Tim Tebow in. That was an Urban Meyer thing. So it's not a good comparison at all. Let's see. What I never meant with Pac-Man is that when asked about Kaepernick stuff, he kept it real and said, hell no, I'm not joining or supporting that. He kept 100% and silenced Marshall, Omar, and Chad. I'm so ready for this year. Can we fast forward? No, we cannot. I get it, David. You are just a football guy, and you don't care about basketball because we have a great Heat team. You don't care about the Panthers because we have the best hockey team in the world playing in our backyard. So no, Football can wait. It can wait. I want to wait for our winter teams to finish their runs, okay? Because actually, these are two championship seasons that could be in the mix. Both teams have the potential to be in the championship game. Both teams have the potential to win the championship. Okay? The Devin Booker injury kind of opened things up there because I don't fear anybody else in the West for the Miami Heat. I think the Miami Heat can beat everybody in the West. The Suns would be the bitch. And Booker got injured. So I get it, David. You're limited. You're only a one-sport guy. So for you, the sports season must be brutal. But, my man, I am going to enjoy this Heat. I've been enjoying this Heat season, and I have been thoroughly enjoying the Panther season, and I am not in any way, shape, or form in a hurry. I want to enjoy this. This is special. We need this. This hockey team is special, okay? All right? That maybe not maybe, just the undefeated team is better than this hockey team. This might be the second best team, even better than the big three. Okay? This might be that. We'll see how it develops over the next couple of years, but don't overlook what's going on in hockey, man. This is so freaking awesome. It's not even funny. I love the Heat, but I'm a huge Lightning fan. Well, either way, you don't love the Heat if you just want to skip over the season. I mean, how am I going to skip over a season where you got a chance to win a championship? Big O, do you think Leo Chanel will be there at 102? And if so, would you like that pick? I think he can really do some damage in the defense. I don't think he'll be there. Okay, I do like him. He's the Wisconsin linebacker, right? I like him a lot. But no, I doubt he's going to be there in the third round. If he is, wow, what a steal. I think he's gone by the second round. I really do. I think he's a top 60 player. But if he lasts to the third, man, I'll gladly take him. God, that would be awesome. Let's see. He's by far the best. By the way, I thought Ali refused to serve. Yes, but he lost time. Remember? He didn't box for a while. That's my point. That the military stuff got in the way, just like the Navy got in the way, right? It was the Army that recruited Ali. And he ended up losing. By the way, Elvis Presley also, which is not sports, but he went back to being a rock and roller. But yeah, he lost time, right? If I remember correctly, Ali couldn't box for a couple years, right? I want to say. So he had some issues with that. He's by far the best offensive player, leads the team in RBIs, runs scored, and home runs. Also, Golden State is better than Phoenix, even with Booker. Yeah, I don't know about that, man. I would give Phoenix the edge. Golden State's good. You're right about that. But I don't even know if they can stay healthy either. That's another one there. But I think Miami can beat Golden State, actually. A bunch of MLB guys went to World War II. Yeah, man. Listen, adversity has hit all of us in life. How many things have happened to you that are unfair, and then you had to find a way to overcome it, right? Unfair things happen to all of us in life. Do something about it. All right, let's go. Hour number 2 of the Big O Radio, hour number 4, I'm sorry, of the Big O Radio Show. It continues.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys? Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmiths. In South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business. Car key replacements and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
When you're ready to purchase a new home loan or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today, 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family. The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. That's bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make a difference. The viewpoints, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Sports Grill. Good food, good drinks, good friends. Craig Zinn Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealership in the Southeast United States. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department. The FLPD is hiring. Go to FLPDjobs.com.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. OK Coin is one of the largest fiat to crypto trading platforms in the world. Founded in 2013, OK Coin offers advanced features for crypto beginners and high-volume traders alike, enabling users in 184 countries worldwide. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Welcome back. Hour number 4 on the program, because I forgot we started in the 8 o'clock hour. Then we had the 9 o'clock hour, and then we did the 10 o'clock hour, and now this is the 11 o'clock hour. So, yeah. So we're doing a lot of broadcasting. Oh, a little Perdomo. I love it. The 20th anniversary. And you got the Maduro up, too. Yeah, I like it. I like it. That's what you need. A victory cigar after a big Heat win or a Panthers win right there. Look at that beautiful cigar, dude. Look at that beautiful label. Damn. That looks good, right? That looks good, that Perdomo cigar. By the way, things are getting maybe a little uglier on the Deebo Samuel front. Per Adam Schefter, He has declared that Samuel's pulled the plug on contract talks with the Niners. San Francisco would pay Deebo Samuel today, tomorrow, the next day. It's not hard to figure out what the contract would look like. We've seen some of the top numbers in the league, Schefter said. This, I think, right now is Deebo Samuel not wanting to get a deal done. The 49ers are ready. Deebo Samuel is the one who has put a halt to everything. Deebo's brother, Tyquan Samuel, made a multiple social media comments indicating that Deebo wants to be traded and he won't be a member of the 49ers. It's unclear how it got to this point. Our best guess is that negotiations commenced and that the 49ers made Samuel an offer that he regarded was too low, sufficiently low to prompt Samuel to conclude that the team will never offer him anything close to what he wants. Clarence E. Hill of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram says, Samuel wants to be the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL. Technically, the highest non-paid quarterback in the NFL of new money is Dolphins wide receiver Tyreek Hill. $30 million per year. To get to that number, the contract included a phony final season at $45 million. So, would the 49ers pay him that kind of money? There's currently a school of thought in the NFL that no receiver who touches the ball enough times merits that kind of cash. There's another school of thought that has resulted in teams like the Raiders and Dolphins surrendering major trade assets and cash for pass catchers. To know what the Niners are inclined to do with Samuel, we will need to know where the Niners fall when it comes to valuing receivers. So we will see. We shall see what we will see. Well, we'll see what we will see. You see? Aha. So go ahead. Start it. Unrealistic Dolphin. Go. 855-912-1056 on the Welt and Rayom text line. Let's go to the Welt and Rayom text line. 855-912-1056. Let's see what you all are bringing to the table on the Welt and Rayom text line. What do we have here? I got to say, I do like Pac-Man Jones, and I guess that was part of the text that you sent in on YouTube, so we got it here. Muhammad Ali was blackballed and came back to win titles late in his career. You do have a point. Yep. Many of us in life have been blackballed, have been treated unfairly, have lost what we didn't deserve to lose, and then we've got to fight for it back. Kaepernick is no different than many of you out there. I'm with you on Tua. This is not his last chance. This is his first opportunity to succeed. However, the Dolphin organization is at fault with trying to replace him with Watson and Brady. And by the way, he was not backed by his coach. BS. It is. It is. And you are correct, sir. Big O, I know you told this a couple of weeks ago on your show. I don't understand people keep wanting Deebo and pay him $50 million plus on your salary cap. Would be effing stupid to do the trade for Deebo. G in Pennsylvania. I agree. I agree with you, my man. Let's see. Perez drives his Red Bull on American road trip to Miami GP. Okay. All right. I don't know what that means on that one. On the Welt and Rayom text line, 855-912-1056. We will go back to the text line in a couple of minutes if you want to get in, because I know sometimes it kind of gets lost in the YouTube chat board. By the way, Weapon X United, I remember earlier I did not mention this. Thank you, sir, for the love on the super chat. It says, happy 420 day, Big O. The best show on earth. That's a little kind, but thank you. JD and Duchess chiming in from Atlanta. Thank you, JD and Duchess. I am sorry because I know you sent that earlier, like around, I don't know what time it was, but it was earlier in the show. I know I was doing an interview, I think it was, when it came in, and so I kind of got caught up with it. So thank you, Weapon X United, for sending in a little love there on the super chat. Very, very kind of you. Bitcoin has had a nice little rise to 42. Now it dipped to 41.5 here. So we'll see what is going on, because we are getting kind of a Let me show you what's going on here, because we do have. You may want to take down even though we are showing crypto, but we are going to show a screen here, and I want to show you what's been happening with Bitcoin. And you see here where we went down to 38, and that was on the 18th. We are now here on the 20th, and we're at 42. We're at 41.5 now. We went down around here right now. Let me just refresh it, and it'll come up. Here we go. Let's refresh it, and you'll get the little upseat. Boom, bah. So now we're at 41,387, right? So you look at it, it was climbing, and then it went right down again here to the point where it wasn't at 38, because on the 18th we hit 38, and now we're at 42. So it's up. Obviously, you would have to extract it to show the growth the right way, and then you can. But I can't show you the picture that way so you can see. But obviously, you went up, and now you went down a little bit. You went down about 1,000, because you were at 42.5. You're at 41,387 now. So you've been climbing. We'll see if it bounces back in a over the next couple of hours here. But it's been showing a little bit of a climb right now, the Bitcoin there. So we'll see if this is the run that we've been waiting for. Eventually, it will happen. We've been talking about it for several weeks now, but it's given people a lot of time to accumulate. And you just wonder now, when it was at 38 going up to 42, if this is the run that it's going to be on. It's sad how they diminished the running back position, but all 32 teams don't have a good one. Well, not only that, it also wears out the running back too. And then you have to give him a whole boatload of money, and he can't stay healthy. Look at all the backs. You have to look at what's gone on lately. You go and give running backs, the guy from Carolina, you give the guy from, the Rams, you give the guy, who was the other guy that they gave money to, and Le'Veon Bell. There's so many backs recently that you gave all this money to. Saquon Barkley, you draft from high, and look what ends up happening. There's a reason why it's happened, my brother. You can no longer use a running back as a bell cow. The Derrick Henry stuff is freakish. It's just not normal to have people that are that size being able to, actually be so impactful down in and down out. And look, he finally got injured. It's just weird nowadays. You can't do it. It puts you in a difficult position. So you're better off having 2 or 3, and that way you're not tied to paying one a ridiculous amount of money, and then you're crossing fingers hoping that you can keep them healthy. It's a different world now with running backs. Let's see, what else do we have? Do you think that there are rookie safety Javon Holland can have another season like his rookie year that will be hard to do? Actually, I think he'll be better. I think he's only going to get better. He didn't start off this way last year, remember? And he was sharing time early on, remember? He'll be better this year. He'll start from the beginning. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't think you realize Javon Holland is a stud. That's a playmaker. Those are the kind of guys you cannot teach. Can't teach those guys. They're around the football all the time. Look at X. All the baggage and everything with X that has had over the years. And he, good thing is he's kind of kept away from some of the baggage of the last couple of years. But you can't teach what X does, bro. He's around the damn football and gets the turnovers. That's the stuff, Jason Taylor was like that too, that he had just had a knack. He had a knack for an interception, forcing a fumble, recovering a fumble, scoring a touchdown, getting a key sack. You can't teach that stuff, man. You either have it or you don't, and it's a beautiful trait to have if you're a player. It's sad, let's see, that Derrick Henry is the only one that's been holding up. Well, it's shows you how freakish Derrick Henry is, that he's the only guy that holds up. A great job by the Panthers last night. They were losing, and they ended up coming back and winning in overtime 3-2. Barkov had the hat trick with the third one in overtime. Hubie with the 3 assists in the game. This is a team now that has won 11 games in a row. Wasn't it a few years ago? Wasn't it a 12-game winning streak? Isn't that the team record? Remember that year that I think they had the 103 points, right? Wasn't it Fleischman and those guys, right? I think it was. And they had like the 103 points. And part of that was that 12 game, I think it was 12 games, 12-game winning streak was like, because they weren't that good after that streak. And they still got to the playoffs. But I remember that 12-game streak is kind of what catapulted them to having that great year. They weren't really that good, but they had a 12-game winning streak. Now, fast forward a few years later, this team is that good. This isn't a flukish 11-game winning streak like the Panthers had a flukish 12-game winning streak. I believe it's 12, if I remember correctly. This is not a fluke. This is the real deal, dude. This team is just absolutely amazing. Okay? Sean, see if you can look it up for me if the Panthers winning streak, I believe it's 12 games. I believe it's 12 games. But that's impressive, dude. And you're trailing. Yes, sir?
It was 12 games, December 15th, 2015 through January 10th, 2016.
That's it. That carried that team in that second half.
That was the Spacey and Space time.
Right. Yeah. That they had the disturbing dude on the sweater. Yes, exactly. We didn't know that he was going to turn into that. He was that, actually, not turn into that. He was that predator, that disgusting, individual. But yeah, he was. So they get the hat trick. And by the way, remember the Avalanche lost yesterday. They both have 76 games. So both teams have 6 games left, right, in the season. They're both tied at 116. The Avalanche, by the way, are taking on the Kraken tonight at 10 o'clock. So once again, let's line up the old ladies from Hialeah with the little Santeria. Those of you around the country and around the world that have any access to a little black magic, I'll be working the Santeria here. You guys work the black magic in other places. All right. Maybe my friends in Puerto Rico can work a little Santeria also. Right? And let's put a little Santeria on the Avalanche. The Kraken, by the way, have won 2 in a row. Just want to throw that out there. I believe they're 7-6, I believe, in their last 13 games, the Kraken. So they are the expansion team. I get it. And they're not as good and all that, but they beat us, by the way. They beat the Panthers this year. Let's see if they can beat the Avalanche tonight. That would be awesome. So tonight, make sure you're you got an eye on that game, or you got your black magic Santeria working. But we've got to get after this Avalanche team. Okay, I'm just telling you. If Bitcoin fights back from this and shoots up, I believe we're going to be in a super cycle. I don't know about a super cycle, but I just believe that on the next break, it's going to, 70 plus. That's what I think. There's going to be a moment, and it's about to come, because the reserves are drying up. People are buying Bitcoin like it's going out of style. There's less Bitcoin in the reserves than there's, I think, ever been almost in years. So we're talking about, it's just the inevitable. I'm telling you, it's going to hit. And when it does, those of you that are patient, because that's what you need in crypto is patience, you're going to be loving it. And you'll never see these numbers again. You'll never see a 30 and a 40 again. I think maybe, just maybe, once it goes back up over to new highs, I don't think you'll have dips to that low anymore again. Too many people are hodling. 63% of Bitcoin has not moved in over a year. Okay? That's a lot of Bitcoin not moving. My Bitcoin hasn't moved in over a year. So I'm part of that stat. Let's see. Who do that voodoo like do so well, or I don't know what it was. Who do that voodoo like EW we do so well. I don't know what that means, King Short, but work on it. We need some voodoo. We need the black magic, the voodoo, the santeria, whatever it is, we need it on the Avalanche tonight. Okay? So work it. And by the way, Fins for Life, Bitcoin will easily fight back from this. That's not even a concern of mine, actually. I feel the Dolphin defensive ends will have an outstanding year as other teams adjust. Christian Wilkins will go insane. I hope so. Big O, I have to be honest. I wanted my Islanders to win last night, but I am behind the Panthers. Yeah, your Islanders have nothing to play for, bro. Get on our bandwagon. Forget the Islanders. You and Mike No-Go Zones. Get off the bandwagon with the Islanders. Join us here on the Panther bandwagon. You can get back to your Islanders next year. Your season's over this year. So get on board. Plenty of space for you on the bandwagon. Come on board. Join us. Ragin says, if I had $1 million, I'd spend it all. On what? Bitcoin? Remember what I told you. 40% Bitcoin, 30% Ethereum, 10% Avalanche, 10% Polygon, 10% Cardano. Do that, and with $1 million. Oh, my God. Yeah, you'll be retiring with a lot of money. Let's see. What else do we have here? Mike No-Go Zone says, okay, Florida Panthers all the way. There you go, Mike No-Go Zones. I like it. We got you on board. It's a beautiful thing. By the way, they fined Kyrie Irving $50,000 for his middle finger gesture. A friend of mine goes to me, well, maybe they're, because they were kind of quiet for the first 48 hours after this thing, and it came out last night that they were going to fine him finally, or not 48, but for the first day after it was kind of quiet. And my buddy goes, maybe the NBA doesn't want to bring more attention to it, because he's such a flake, and so they just want to let it go. And I'm like, no, dude, they can't do that. They've got to fine him, because they've got to. Then others will say, well, wait a minute, you didn't fine him when he did it. Why are you fining me? That kind of stuff. So you knew the fine was coming. Okay, what are you gonna do? I'm kind of torn with that whole thing, because I don't know what if the Boston fans are saying like really vile and disgusting things. I kind of understand. It's not right. I get it, but I kind of understand. It's one of those things. It's that Chris Rock line. I don't condone it, but I understand. I wonder if Chris Rock was thinking about that with the Will Smith slap. I don't condone it, but I understand. Was he ever thinking of that line as he got slapped? All right, let's find out what Chris Grier did not tell anyone as he held his NFL draft pre-draft press conference. We'll see if the man, the myth, the legend that is Joe Shad, if he was able to unearth any information. And we do that with our AmericanDreamLending.com Miami Dolphins report.
Dolphins fans, buckle up. It's time for the American Dream Lending Miami Dolphins report with Joe Shad. When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. Call them at 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. Here's Joe Shad with today's edition of the American Dream Lending report.
There he is, Joe Shad, ready to go. You at Dolphins camp?
Yeah, I'm downstairs. Chris Grier has spoken, as you have mentioned, and we'll be. We think we're going to speak with Tua Tagovailoa later today.
All right, so there you go. Later today, we'll see what Tua has to say. What were you able to unearth from this press conference? Did he tell you what he's going to pick at 103?
No, listen, Chris Greer is a very nice guy, and he has a hard time lying. He's a straight shooter. I really like Chris. And so he gives you little nuggets, little tidbits here or there. You got to kind of read between the lines, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So one thing he mentioned when talking about the depth, the positions that he thinks can go to the third or fourth round, he mentioned offensive line and he mentioned pass rushers. So that gives you a little hint, right? That gives you a little hint that they're certainly going to be looking at offensive linemen in the third or fourth round and maybe pass rushers in the third or fourth round. He also conceded that, they're either going to look at drafting a center or adding one after the draft, or perhaps an undrafted player. The Dolphins, of course, only have 4 draft picks, 3rd, 4th, 2, and the 7th. He also agreed with my assessment that it's unlikely that the Dolphins will be aggressive about getting back into the first round this year. Now, he did say never say never.
Right.
But the Dolphins really like having 2 first-round picks in the 2023 draft. They were able to hold on to those picks, even though they gave up a bunch for Tyreek Hill, who was essentially their first-round pick this year. I'm sure Chris went into today with the idea that he was going to make a joke about watching Tyreek Hill film during the first round, and he dropped that joke after I asked him about how Tyreek Hill's skill set compares to the wide receivers in the first round of this year's draft. And obviously, Tyreek Hill is much better than any wide receiver you could expect to get in this year's draft. He's a more proven talent than Dolphins' first-round receiver pick last year in Jalen Waddle. So, look, Greer didn't drop company secrets. But there aren't many to drop. I mean, the Dolphins don't have a lot of picks this year.
No, you're right about that. Did he? And I found it interesting that he would tell you that they still might be active in free agency after this for the center position. That's an interesting one because with limited picks, you may not get what you want, so you may have to go back to free agency to kind of fill that need. So they're kind
There's
of in
always
that.
veteran centers available. It doesn't have to be a $7 million a year guy.
Oh, no. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Remember last year they added that Duke guy that didn't make it.
Right. Yeah.
That doesn't. He didn't cost too much money.
No, and you're right. It might be an undrafted guy, a project type guy that you hide on the practice squad, and then you work with him and see if you can get something out of him. You know what I mean? Like I'm sure the Brown kid is that this year at guard, or I think he can play tackle too, right? You
talking about Robert Jones?
Jones. I'm sorry, not Brown. Jones. Yes, Jones.
Yeah, Robert Jones is a sleeper at right tackle. Everyone knows that Liam Eichenberg and Austin Jackson are going to get a good chance at right tackle. But what if a first rounder and a second rounder are beaten out by an undrafted kid? Dolphins don't care. Chris Greer doesn't care.
Oh, I don't know.
Tango doesn't care. If Robert Jones is dominant, they'll go ahead and play him. They should.
That's the way you should do things, okay? Jimmy Johnson signed Rondé Gadsden from the Arena League, and on the first day was like, who's that? Wait a minute. Who's that guy? Okay. Yeah. Let's see. That guy's going to play. And, it didn't matter where he got, Rondé Gadsden, or Mark Dixon came from the CFL. Who gives a shit where you get these guys from, man? If you can play, then you did a phenomenal job in the front office. Hey, look at the Miami Heat, man. They're starting a street free agent guy over a guy they just gave $95 million to. Okay? That's ballsy. But that's what good franchises do, because the rest of the players know what's going on. And if you don't play the best players and you're playing politics, dude, you'll lose that locker room in a second. And you've been there. You've seen that.
I think it's something like 30% of NFL rosters are made up of undrafted players, which is a remarkably high number. And we have to give Chris Greer and his staff credit for adding Nick Needham. They added Zach Sealer, not in the draft, but he was either a 7th rounder or an undrafted guy.
He's gone, but Matt Collins. You know, he was terrific here. You
And
know,
Preston Williams has had his moments as an undrafted receiver. I know you're down on Preston Williams. I know you're down on bringing him back. But his issue was not talent. This is a guy who's
never
talented.
Oh, yeah, no, I would never argue talent. He has the talent to be a badass in this league. I don't know if he has badass in him is my problem. That's what that's my, you don't follow soccer probably, but that's my wonder with Robbie Robinson from Inter Miami is the kid's got a boatload of talent, but I don't see dog in him. I don't see a son of a bitch in him. Last night you watched the son of a bitch put up 45 points. His name is Jimmy Butler. And that's a guy that's not as gifted as LeBron and not as gifted as some of the other superstars in this league, but he works at it, and Preston has all that skill set that you look at and you go, dude, come on, bro, put it together.
Well, Wes Welker won't put up with it. Wes Welker will either help Preston become a serviceable NFL receiver, or he will walk out onto the field with Mike McDaniel and then we'll cut his butt right there on the field. This thing is going to go one of two ways. Yeah. And Preston, Mike McDaniel is smart from a psychological approach. He will have a plan for how to try to connect with Mike McDaniel. And Wes Welker, it's funny because Wes Welker came up in Chris Greer's press conference today. Alan Poupar asked him about the decision to trade Devontae Parker within the division. And Greer said, well, it basically was the best offer, and Devontae wanted to go to New England, so we wanted to kind of help out the player. He said, back in the day, you wouldn't trade within the division. And then he goes, well, there was that Wes Welker one that didn't work out. Right. Of course, he said, now Wes is our receivers coach.
Yeah, but again, smart Greer, because he easily could have said, no, it works out. We bamboozled them last year for Isaiah Ford. We'll bamboozle them again. You know what I mean? But he didn't say that. He used the Wes Welker one because it's better to take shots at yourself than, others, so because he could have easily used the
what did they get for Ford? A 7?
A 7th or a 6th? I think it was a 6th.
A 6th?
I think it was a 6th.
If it was a 6th, they flipped it because they don't have a 6th this year unless it was next year.
Yeah, well, they traded it. Remember, they've traded almost all their picks, man.
All their picks. The only picks they have this year are not their own.
Right, not their own. Which is
these hands I have are small, I know. The draft picks I own are not my own. That was pretty good.
All right, so what else have you learned outside of Dolphin fans reaching out to you that won Deebo Samuel?
Well, I don't think you can make that work. I mean, I'm sure if Tyreek Hill was not a Dolphin, then I'm sure that the Dolphins would explore a similar scenario. Yeah. Pay him $26 million a year and reunite him with Mike McDaniel, which it's not possible. You can't have Jalen Waddle, Tyreek Hill, and Deebo Samuel on the same team.
I gotta know. Maybe it's an article for you, because this is the discussion I've had, and I'm trying to tell Dolphins, get your mind off Deebo Samuel. They already acquired Deebo Samuel. His name is Chase. His name is Mostert. His name is Alex Ingold. His name is Tyreek Hill. His name is Waddle. His name is Cedric Wilson.
Lynn Bowden.
Mike McDaniel is going to attack you with 8 Deebo Samuels. It'll be multiple people doing what Deebo Samuel does, but it won't be one dude being Deebo Samuel. And if you look at the skill sets of all these guys, one or the other has some of the skill sets that Deebo Samuel uses on the field. And so I think that's what McDaniel's vision is. He got guys that have multiple skill sets that he could use them on a sweep, he can use them on a run, he can use them on a pass, he can use them on a crossing route, he can use them whatever he wants to. He can do all kinds of things with a lot of these guys. That's what I think. They have Deebo Samuel, but it's in piecemeal. What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, how much more exciting is the Dolphins' offense going to be this year when you think about there's no offense faster in the entire NFL. And, it's been a long time since the Dolphins' offense was electric and exciting. I didn't cover Reggie Bush. I believe.
Marino. I got to go.
So Reggie Bush doesn't count.
Because it was
Jarvis Landry doesn't count.
Right, because it
So
was
listen,
only
since
Bush. It was
Marino,
only Bush. But when you had the Marx brothers,
right? No, of
you know,
course.
that's what I'm going to go with. That's the last time that they were like explosive. Okay.
Well, let me ask you this: since Marino, other than Landry and Bush, who's the most dynamic, exciting, thrilling Dolphins offensive player?
Ricky.
Ricky.
It's not even close.
So it's Ricky followed by Bush, then Landry in terms of thriller. Thrilling offensive dynamic talent.
Yeah. Well, when you throw the dynamic, then I have to think I have to take that guy out. But if you want thriller, I got to tell you, Rondé Gadsden made more plays than those two dudes any day of the week and twice on Sundays. The catches that Rondé Gadsden made were just absolutely sick. So, but once you added dynamic, I'm out. That wasn't a Rondé. A Rondé's not dynamic.
Thrilling players. Jay Ajayi in 2016.
Yeah, that's a good one.
It was lightning in a bottle. It was bad knees.
But it was good. It was thrilling. It
The
was fun.
J Train, what was more thrilling, Jay Ajayi in 2016 or Jarvis Landry at his best moment?
I'll go with Jarvis.
Both of those guys.
I'll go with Jarvis. I'll give him a slight edge. It's not Ricky, because Ricky, for sure, the last 20 years, 25 years, Ricky has been the highlight of our Dolphins, whatever existence. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, you're right. This is, it's kind of like watching the Panthers now. They have their most dynamic offense they've ever had. This might just be the most dynamic offense that the Dolphins have ever had since those days when you had the Marx brothers. That was pretty good. The Irving Fryer year also was good with Marino, with Kirby and Byers coming out of the backfield, but still, you didn't have the speed of the Marx brothers like you did back in those days. So yeah, you're right. This is the potential of this offense is sweet. Definitely sweet. All right, what are you working on the Palm Beach Post so folks can check you out, my friend?
Well, I posted a story on the Palm Beach Post website summing up Chris Greer's commentary, talking about the Tyreek Hill acquisition and how he was out there watching Tyreek Hill practice on Wednesday, and he was thinking to himself, all right, we made the right move here. This guy looks like the real deal. And, Jarvis Landry was nicknamed Juice. Tyreek Hill is going to bring the juice. We can't call him Juice. We call him the Cheetah. But it's a different deal, man, to be able to go into the locker room in August or September and be able to go and talk to a guy who is fearless. He fears no man. I love it, man.
I love it for you guys because not only do you get to go into the locker room, you also have like a human being at the podium every day when you got to talk to the coach. So the stories that all of you are going to write this year, you're going to all get back on track, and that's going to be fun, man. It's going to be a lot of fun. Please subscribe to the Palm Beach Post and support all the great journalists that we have there, like Hal Habib and Tom along with Joe Shad, of course. And then, of course, you can catch my man Joe Shad here a couple times a week doing his thing with the AmericanDreamLending.com Miami Dolphins report. Joe, as always, thank you, my friend. We will catch up next week.
All right, buddy. Take care.
You got it. There you go. The great Joe Shad, baby, and our American Dream Lending Miami Dolphins report.
When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today, 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com.
All right. Welcome back. Thank you all, as always, for keeping it locked here on the program and supporting us. And, of course, American Dream Lending right now, folks. Give them a ring. Consolidate those bills. I don't mean to be negative about this, but I think things are going to get a little uglier for us. And I think interest rates are going to skyrocket and it's going to get worse. And a recession, I think, is coming. And if you are going to be limited with some money coming in, you may be limited on what you can pay in your bills. So make sure, even though interest rates have gone up, and if you have equity in your home, consolidate those bills. Call the great people at AmericanDreamLending.com and tell Eves that Big O sent you. And trust me, they will definitely take care of you. His cell number, by the way, 305-992-5218. VA loans, they do it all there, man. Jumbo loans, everything. They do it all. So make sure you call American Dream Lending. They will definitely take care of you, man. Good people out there as always. All right. What else do we have here on the program to talk about? Oh, wait a minute. I'm looking at the wrong one here. All right. What else? Nice job yesterday, by the way. U.S. Open Cup. Inter Miami defeats Miami FC 1-0. Campana rings that bell. That kid, man, it's been a nice little find. And another reason why you got to keep Higuain on the bench. But 1-0, 83rd minute, 11,158 people at the game last night to watch Inter Miami and Miami FC. So, it's for those that think that they don't care about soccer. There are people that care about soccer here. So the Miami Clásico was cool. By the way, the Miami FC goalie Benjamin Ofemu or whatever. I forgot how that guy's last. But man, he had some saves yesterday. That guy, kept them in that game. Okay. That's this. I'll tell you this: the Miami FC wins this game 4 years ago, or 5 years ago, whenever that. Yeah, 4 years ago, I think it was. 4 years ago, when they had that team, they win that game. But yesterday, they just didn't have enough firepower overall. But I give this Inter Miami squad a lot of credit, man. These young cats, they have been entertaining, and I'm really enjoying what I'm seeing with Inter Miami. Great job by Chris Henderson and company to retool and find a couple of young guys that hopefully you can build on. Last night, the Grizzlies defeated the Timberwolves 124-96. The series is now tied at 1 game apiece. Moran had 23 points, 10 assists, and 9 rebounds. 60 points off that Memphis bench. Wow. By the way, how did Towns just shoot 7 shots yesterday? I don't understand that one, but anyway, is what it is. Grizzlies tie it up. Pelicans fly, Pelican fly. They defeat Phoenix. Booker gets injured in the third period, a hamstring injury, 125-114. Right hamstring now for Booker. We don't know how bad it is because he had his first half was, what was it? He had like 31 points in the first half, and he was kicking ass. But without Devin Booker, there is no way they can make any kind of a run in the playoffs. And let me tell you something about the Devin Booker injury. The Devin Booker injury will now put more heat on Chris Paul. And that 36, 37, 38-year-old body, whatever the hell it is, it's old. That body cannot take on more punishment, more responsibility. It's not a durable body. So I'll tell you something. This is not, it better be a hamstring that he's back with a quickness. And if he's not, Phoenix is toast. Toast. No shot. And I predict CP3 will break down as the series goes on if he has to carry more of the load and do more. He's not built for that, man. His body is practically has never been built for that. It's somehow or another so it's weird, man. So they tied that one up, and the Pelicans all of a sudden now have life because of that. Crazy stuff in the NBA playoffs. I'll tell you that. Crazy, crazy stuff. Now, have you started watching Winning Time, Sean, on HBO? No? Okay. So, at first, you guys mentioned it to me, and I didn't really want to watch it because it looked kind of cheesy. Still kind of cheesy a little bit. But it is a, I guess, crazy ass, entertaining soap opera. But the problem with that crazy ass, entertaining soap opera, that it clearly says that it's over dramatized, right? Well, here's the problem. Poor Jerry West has been painted into this picture of a absolute psycho. And so he now wants what's it called? An apology. Why? Because dude, he's being portrayed like a freaking maniac. So he's like, wait a minute, hold on a second. I'm being portrayed like some lunatic here, and you guys are getting away with it. And he wants an apology. He wants all of this stuff kind of, aired out. And I don't blame him in a way, because if you watch the show, it makes him look absolutely terrible. I mean, the way they portray Jerry West, it's now. I don't know if he was that bad or not, or it seems like he wasn't, because in Winning Time, listen to what West says here, because it alleges he was an alcoholic and all that stuff. And so the letter alleges that the show falsely and cruelly portrays Mr. West as an out-of-control, intoxicated rage alcoholic who bears no resemblance to the real man, according to ESPN. The letter was sent to McKay, includes statements from numerous former Laker players, employees, including Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Michael Cooper, and Jamal Wilkes. Abdul sent a statement out in support of West. He alleged that West was turned into a cartoon character by the show. He never broke golf clubs. He never threw his trophy through the window. Sure, those actions make dramatic moments, but they reek of course, exploitations of the man rather than explorations of the character. West attorney feels the drama disclaimer surrounding the show is insufficient. They also feel the show goes out of its way to denigrate Jerry West despite his accomplishments as an executive. And it is true. It puts Jerry West. Jerry West looks like a maniac in that show. And I don't take what goes on in that show as gospel. I kind of look at it like 80% of it is crap and it's lies. So I'm just riding it and enjoying the party, and the fun. But I don't know what's true. And I'm sure there's some stuff that is true that we're never going to know about that probably is better than some of the stuff that goes on in that storyline. It's just not maybe Jerry West. It might be other things. But if I'm Jerry West, I'm pissed because a lot of people are stupid. And then they assume that what happened in Winning Time is exactly what happened in real life. So they're all going to say, those kind of people are going to say, well, wait a minute, dude, what we see from Jerry West is not what he was. And that's just wrong, man. And and they're right, because it's just a little blurb that's there on the credits that says that it's, over dramatized and all that stuff. But people don't necessarily read the credits. People don't necessarily take the time to find out how much of this is really true. They're not going to go buy the book, which, by the way, I forgot. I've got to call Jeff Pearlman because I know Jeff Pearlman, and I got to get him on. In fact, I had Jeff Pearlman on when that book came out to promote that. Give me a second. I thought I had it. I had Perlman on for that Lakers book. I guess I didn't get one, but I have Perlman's book for the USFL. So he tells the whole story of the USFL in this one. So I'll get Perlman on to talk about winning time. I promise you that. But I will say that, yeah, it's just one of those where hard to believe a lot of the stuff that's going on. I feel terrible for Jerry West because, man, Jerry West is one of the most respected names in the history of the NBA. He's the greatest general manager ever in the history of the NBA. That's the way he's viewed because of everything, how he built all those Laker teams throughout. So it just, I don't know, man. It's one of those where, and then, by the way, he then went to other places and helped them immediately too. Jerry's an absolute stud, man. Absolute stud. Let's see. Most people will not take the nuance approach you are taking. Probably, Carlos. Mob Rule says, my number one concern is run stopping middle line. Okay, you guys are football. Always like, give me a second. Yeah, well, you can do that here on this show. I'm not tied to any corporate stuff. This is our thing, bro. So yeah, I can just get up and go get something in the studio. And anyway, if I had to really break, the man, the myth, the legend, Sean could take over and fill in for a couple minutes if I needed it. But my book stand is right over there, so I figured I'd go get it. And I was wondering if I had the Laker book and I didn't read it, but I didn't have the Laker book, so I'm like, okay, that's why I didn't read it, because I didn't get the book. So anyway, what else do we have? Big O just got my order from Canes, where I placed my order 2 days ago. I live in New England. Fast standard shipping. Yeah, man. Caneswear.com. You'll get that killer Dolphins hat or hat or Panthers or Heat or Marlins. They got all kinds of stuff, man. Go to Caneswear.com. Remember, free shipping too, $99 and up. So not only will you get it fast, they don't waste time there. Jeff and all the great people there at Caneswear, whatever you order, man, they go quickly in there. They get it, boom, 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 and they're shipping it off right away. It's put it this way: if it takes a couple of extra days, you can blame the post office. Don't blame Caneswear. I can guarantee you, those folks, they shipped it like right away. Okay, pronto. Let's see what happened here with. Let me see if Bitcoin bounced back a little bit, or did it go down a little bit more? Where is it at? Let's see. 41,452 went up a little bit, but not back to where it was. All right, what else do I have here that I wanted to talk about on the program? Actually, we are at the top of the hour. Let's get ready for the final hour, baby. Hour number 5. Is 5 hours of programming enough? All right, let's take a break. Hour number 5 of the Big O Radio Show, and in this hour, Mandy Campbell is going to join us from OK Coin later on in the hour. So we'll talk a little crypto with her too. On top of all of that, Joe Norito also will stop by from the Fort Lauderdale Police Department. All right, let's take a quick break. Hour number 5 is next.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Oh, great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys? Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmiths in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business. Car key replacements and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
The viewpoints, stance, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Caneswear. Go to caneswear.com, where all orders over $99 get free shipping. Sloman's Total Home Security. Protect your home with the best in the business. 1-800-ALARM-ME for the company serving America for nearly 100 years. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Tommy B. Butts Junior Enterprises.com. Licensed roofing contractor. 100% financing is available. Go to Tommy B. Butts Junior Enterprises.com.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. OK Coin is one of the largest fiat to crypto trading platforms in the world, founded in 2013. OK Coin offers advanced features for crypto beginners and high-volume traders alike, enabling users in 184 countries worldwide. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Hour number 5 of the program. Some crazy shit. Anyway, welcome back. By the way, Nas is coming to town Tuesday, September 20th to, I think, Financial Amphitheater. You know, Kuzan, Sony, Perfect Vodka, what else do we have? I don't know. All the names that it's had. But anyway, it's at the amphitheater. I will definitely go there September 20th to go see Nas. That'll be fun. Raheem is coming. Now, I've never been to this place in Fort Lauderdale. Where the hell is the Secret Garden? Raheem is coming June 10th on a Friday night. But I don't know where the hell the Secret. I've never even been there. Is that like a club? Like what's the name? Live, right down in the beach. They have concerts sometimes, right? Is the Secret Garden like a club? Somebody help me. I didn't even look it up in social media. I was just preparing this morning, and I got an email from that Nas and Raheem were coming into town. There's bands in town that I subscribe to, and obviously those are names that I track. And then I saw the Secret Garden. And I'm a guy that I have been to every venue that pretty much holds concerts in town. I've never been to the Secret Garden. Sean, do you have information on the Secret Garden? And can we see you while you give us that information?
No, I am blocked for I'm in witness protection right now. But there's one in Lauderhill, but now that I'm doing some more lookup, it looks like there's one also right on the beach. So I'm guessing that's the Secret Garden, Fort Lauderdale. Okay. That's right on the beach by Los Olis.
Well, DJ Gallagher says the Secret Garden is a private venue place, wedding venue typically, but can hold events. Wow.
Okay, well, maybe that's there's like 3 of them. So,
wow. Okay, did not know that. So, this is that's creative. They're getting there for that. I don't know, acoustically, everything. How's it going to sound? Is that place good for concerts? I don't know, but Raheem would be good, bro. Thinking of a master plan. Deaf with the record. Thinking of a master plan, because ain't nothing but sweat inside my hand. All right, sorry. Anyway, that would be fun. That would be fun. I'm gonna go. I'll definitely go to the Nas one. I don't know about the Raheem one yet, and I do want to see Raheem. I've never seen Raheem. I've seen Nas before. I've never seen Raheem. That would be cool. That would be definitely cool if we can do that. All right, the Welt and Rayom text line 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056 for the Welt and Rayom text line. If you want to get in on the program, as we tell you, always another way to reach out to us. We will go to the text line a couple of times to see what you guys have got going on. Big O, will you be carrying the Greer into a press conferences? No, sir, I am not. We will replay if there's any good sound bites from it or anything juicy. But no, I'm not. We didn't play the Chris Greer one. We're not going to play the Tua one. Well, maybe tomorrow we'll go over the Tua press conference if there's, stuff to go over. Oh, what do you drink and food do you recommend with a Perdomo? I like rum with a pastelito. I definitely am a Pinot Noir guy. I love a little Pinot Noir wine with my cigar. I do like a little vodka cranberry, or vodka edge now is like the latest. You know that now that I think about it, I've dropped a cranberry. Every time I've had it now, yeah, it's always been edge now because it tastes so good, man. So yeah, so it'll be a little edge and vodka. Now, a little edge and Grey Goose, which Grey Goose that's my go-to vodka. I mean, there's several other good vodkas, don't get me wrong. I like Tito's too. Several vodkas I like. But Grey Goose is usually my money one that I like overall. So yeah. And by the way, I like to have un cafecito also. That I don't mind. If I'm having my cigar and I'm drinking, let's say, wine towards the end of my cigar, kind of like having a little shot of Cuban coffee. My buddy gets the cigar and dips in the Cuban coffee and then smokes. It's a little wacky, but hey, man, whatever floats your boat. That's life, you know. That's life. Big O, actually, it's Nas and Wu-Tang on. Really, Wu-Tang is opening up. Oh, then for sure I'm there. I did not know. It doesn't say on the thing that Wu-Tang is opening up. I would have mentioned it if it said it. I did not know. Are you sure we're getting both? Are you sure? They might be touring together, but our freaking luck, Wu-Tang goes on another place and we only get Nas, which by the way, I'm not complaining. I want Nas anyways. Nas is one of my favorites. But damn, that would be good. Get a little Wu-Tang. How many of them are left? How many are originals? Like, because there's like 800 people that have been a part of Wu-Tang Clan, right? That's the other thing. Have you ever been to the Football Hall of Fame and Music Hall of Fame? 619 has been listening to this show for, what do you think, Sean? Just a couple weeks or a month, right? Has to have been, right? I admit it now, 6193. Okay? How new are you to the program? Got to admit it now. Don't say you've been watching every day for months, because a lot of people will call you a liar. Okay? Be honest now. How new are you to the program? Because that question. See, Florida born, Kentucky grown goes, he just went there. For months, we were talking about going to see Genesis and going to the Pro Football Hall of Fame and going to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 36 hours and then coming back. We did it about, what was it, 2 months ago, right? About 2 months ago, right? And we talked about it for months leading up to it because I had never been to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I've been to the Pro Football Hall of Fame for Marino's retirement. So I don't know if you've been 3 months, because I think it was within 3 months that I went. I want to say that. When I got to look it up. When was Genesis in Cleveland? Let me see. What date was that? When was Genesis? Let's see. Genesis live in Cleveland. And I'm going to put 2022. And here we go. Rocket Mortgage Field. Really? It was that long ago? Wow. Oh, no, wait a minute. That's the one they rescheduled. Here we go. Wow, is it? Let me see. I got old ones here. Damn it. I mean, new dates here. Jen's last time tour coming to Cleveland. They'll perform November 30th. So, yeah, no, you've been 3 months because, this is the 4th month of the year. So, on November 30th, just before you joined our program. Wow, it was that long ago? December, January, February, March, April. Wow, it's 5 months ago. Time flies. So, 6193, on November 30th, I went to go see Genesis because it was the last time we get to see Genesis because, unfortunately, Phil Collins. And I went to see the Pro Football Hall of Fame because my buddy had never been to it, and obviously the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. We did all of that in 36 hours, which was cool. Cold as hell, by the way. Holy shit, it was cold. But it was fun. It was fun. Slomans is in the house. Excited as always for another Wednesday with a big O. Thank you, Slomans. Slomans is watching. There you go. Alarmo is always protecting. Notice how I go nowhere without Alarmo. Gotta have Alarmo with you. So Slomans is in the house. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Make sure you're calling our great friends at Slomans. We're in 14 different states. You'll get a free doorbell camera when you mention the Big O Radio Show. Right now, first 40 Big O listeners, right now, free doorbell camera. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Call them, baby. Call them. Big O, do you like Depeche Mode? No, sir. I love Depeche Mode. Okay? Music by the Masses is my favorite album of Depeche Mode. Depeche Mode is absolutely a phenomenal band. Let's see. Big O, it's sad what's happening to Phil Collins. Yeah, man. It's the thing with Phil Collins, and we kind of laugh at this when an athlete goes in for surgery. What comes out after surgery was successful, and we always kind of like, so when's it unsuccessful? Phil Collins. When's it unsuccessful? Don Dokken. Like I normally, you expect it to be, but we kind of forget that sometimes things happen and people make mistakes. And OJ McDuffie's career is cut short because of a toe surgery. You know what I'm saying? So we kind of laugh and take it for granted at times when we say, yeah, surgery went as planned. Yeah, and we assume that that's the case. Well, go ask Phil Collins, man. Surgery gone bad, ruins his life, and it ends his professional career. Don Dokken can barely hold a mic, and Dokken does tour still. But you watch Don Dokken, you watch Phil Collins. I saw both in the 80s when they were at their peak, and they don't look anything like those guys. That's the amazing part about Mick Jagger. That he's pushing 80 years old and the guy's running from one end of a stage to another. And, you kind of we take it for granted, but, surgery isn't always perfect. And with Phil Collins, it's torturous to see what that man is going through. And he's a shell of what he used to be, man. I was used to watching Phil Collins sing up front with vibrant energy and all kinds of stuff, and then run to the back and start drumming because they always had two drummers, right? Because Phil would go back and forth. And so now his son is drumming, which, by the way, his son does a very good job. But it's just sad, man. Yeah, it's sad. Surgery went as planned and, whatever, but don't take that for granted, because sometimes mistakes are made and wow, you watch people pay a price, and it's a price that they pay forever. It looks like it's something that's going to shorten his life also, which is just, you want to go out on your terms, whether you're a police officer, a teacher, a professor, a salesperson, a broadcaster, whatever it is you do in life, you'd like to retire on your own. You don't want to be forced to retire and doing what you love because of something out of your control. And that's what's gone on with Phil Collins. It's just terrible, man. Just is. Kind of stay in the realm of music. Today on April 20th, on 420. Yes, go ahead. Insert joke. 420. There's a lot of things that took place in 420 on this date. First of all, in 68, Deep Purple made their debut in Tastrup, Denmark on this date in 68. In 92, a concert for life took place in London's Wembley Stadium as a tribute to Freddie Mercury and the AIDS awareness. Performers included Elton John, Roger Daltrey, Tony Iommi, David Bowie, James Hetfield, Robert Plant, Axl Rose, Slash, and many others. In 93, on 420, Aerosmith released their 11th and most successful album. What do you do when you grab a joint? You get a grip on it. It's 420, right? I figured I'd tie in a joke to it. In 91 on this date, Steve Marriott of Small Faces and Humble Pie died in a fire at his home in Essex, England at the age of 44. Man, what a shame. In 87 on this date, Rhode Island police arrested a teen accused of biting the head off a gerbil in tribute to his hero, Ozzy Osbourne. What would make you want to do that? Why would you want to bite the head off of any kind of animal? At what point did you think that was a good idea? And what kind of a tribute is that? Just weird. And in 2002, Dave Grohl and Chris Novoselic asked a Seattle court to prove Courtney Love was mentally stable and help resolve a dispute over who owned the rights to Nirvana's recordings. The pair called Love irrational, mercurial, self-centered, unmanageable, inconsistent, and unpredictable, and said a contract was invalid because Courtney was stoned when she signed it. The fact that she has anything to do with that, she makes Yoko Ono look like, I don't know, a peacemaker. You know? Just like, really? Just weird, man. Weird stuff, but that's what happened there on this date in music history. All right, sometimes we have got sports and business. And when sports and business collide, we get the KSDT Sports Business Report. All right. So this is one of those stories that kind of tears me into two directions. And I understand what's going on, but then there's a part of me that says, is this really necessary? But maybe it is. I don't know. It's one that we can discuss. We can go back and forth. You guys tell me. Russian and Belarusian players have now been banned from Wimbledon and all other grass court events in Britain this summer in response to Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. In an unusually punchy statement, the All England Club said it had taken its decision because, in the circumstances of such unjustifiable and unprecedented military aggression, it would be unacceptable for the Russian regime to derive any benefits from the involvement of Russian or Belarusian players with the championship. The Lawn Tennis Association, which runs other grass court events in Britain, includes the prestigious Queen's Tournament, confirmed that it would also be implementing a ban which will leave players such as the men's number 2, Daniil Medvedev, and former women's number 1, Victoria Azarenka, out in the cold. In a statement, the LTA said, after careful consideration, the LTA believes that tennis must join many other areas of sports and public life in sending a clear signal to Russian and Belarusian states that their actions in Ukraine are the subject of international condemnation. The continuing participation of Russian and Belarusian nationals at events risk providing a boost to these regimes where there is unprecedented international efforts to isolate them and sanction their actions. Now, this is something that I think needs to be done, right? But I do feel bad for the players because being Cuban, okay, you know that most Cubans don't really want to be a part of communism. They're just like in a big jail. That's what they are in that country. They're just and that's what Russians are. They're in a big jail. Chinese people, are we going to blame the Chinese people for the Chinese government? Maybe some of them. We can blame some Cubans. We can blame some Russians. We can blame some North Koreans. Yeah, some of them are brainwashed and some of them are, disgusting people that are into socialism or communism or whatever the hell it is. Okay, fine. But there's a lot of them that are just, they were born into the wrong country. And they don't want to be a part of anything like this, but they're in a jail. Because if you're born in North Korea, you're in a jail. You can't get out. You have no freedoms. So that's the kind of part that tears me, but I do understand why they're banning them, because you don't want to promote anything Russian. Because if they're having success while they're also killing innocent people, then, it's disgusting in every level. So I do understand, and I also have sympathy for some of those athletes that may not agree with their government, but they're just trying to survive, man. And those of us that are Cuban, we kind of understand that because we've been a part of it. We've seen our family members that hate the regime and hate being there and are dying to get out. And that's why so many of them get on a raft and risk their lives that the damn the Gulf Stream doesn't take them out to the Atlantic and kills them. Because that's the hardest part about crossing that, is that jet stream taking you. And if it does, forget about it. You're done. It's over. Thousands of Cubans and Haitians have died because of that Gulf Stream, and they risked their lives. So plenty of people don't want to be a part of the disgusting regimes that lead their country, but man, it sucks for them. It's like it's sad that they are going to be, blocked because of their government's actions. Now, if Medvedev is pro Putin and all that stuff, well, then good. Ban him for life. I don't care. If you're going to back that scumbag, then you need to, go down with that scumbag. That is your KSDT Sports Business Report.
This has been the KSDT Sports Business Report. KSDT CPA is one of South Florida's largest and one of the country's fastest growing accounting firms. KSDT is recognized by Forbes as one of the top tax and accounting firms for 2022. KSDT CPA is a full service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit online at ksdtcpa.com or call 35670-3370.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you all out there as always. Let's see. What else do we have? The vast majority of people in these countries are victims of circumstances. Yes, they are. Amen. But I do understand it. You don't want to promote their agenda. And that's and they're also pawns for their agenda. And that's the problem too. You know what I'm saying? It's like, sucks, man. Sucks for them, but I totally understand. Yeah, it says, so some dude who plays tennis somehow is responsible for what Putin does. You're right. In theory, it sounds ridiculous, Steve. You're 1,000% right. In theory, it sounds ridiculous. But they're also pawns for Putin because that's what it is. That's all. That was Castro rolling out his baseball team every year to try to kick all the kids' asses because his men were playing against boys. And that was the way he could, promote his agenda and all of that and say how superior they are and all that kind of crap, because that's what they do. And they feed people all that BS in their country. So you're right and they're right. How screwed up is that? They're right you should ban everything Russian. You know why? Because you need to force that entire country to hate their guy. And you got to force the government to finally pick up the balls and say, bro, we need to take this guy out. We got to put somebody in place that puts us on a better position with the rest of the world. The entire world is against us. So, pressure has to be put on them. And I totally get it. I think the All England club is doing the right thing. Okay. I really do. In the end, it sucks. I understand, but they have to do this. They have to do it because the athletes are nothing but pawns for their agenda. And the athletes think that they're playing for themselves, but they're, technically they are, and technically they're not, Even if he's not pro-Putin, it's not like he can just go out and say, so what do you think would happen to his family? Right, exactly. He can't. Yeah. Let's see. There's no communism, never has been, just another form of dictatorship, communism, whatever, bro. Dictatorship, communism, whatever. Who cares? Whatever you want to label it. It's all gross and disgusting. Big O, can you explain the science behind pulling Jazz last night? Oh, dude, I did not watch the baseball game. I apologize. I did not watch the baseball game. Now, so let me ask you something, Isais. All right? I got to ask you this first of all. Is Don Mattingly considered a good manager in your eyes? Not a good man, not a good human being, not a decent person. We know he is that. We know he was a great, great player, a money player. Terrible that the Yankees started winning championships right after he retired. All of that. I know all the truths about Don Mattingly. Now let me ask you about this one thing. I know he's a phenomenal human being, great player, all that stuff. Do you consider him a good manager? I didn't see the game at all last night. But if you had a really good team that was a playoff caliber team or a World Series team, there are 238 people right now on the chat board. Okay? I don't know how many of you care about baseball or follow baseball. Out of the 238 people that are on the chat board right now and on the Welton Rayom text line at 855-912-1056, that's 855-912-1056. How many of you, if you had a good baseball team that can make a deep run into the playoffs or the World Series or even win it, how many of you would put Don Mattingly as your manager? Answer that. I would, I wouldn't. Simple. I would, I wouldn't. Would you put Don Mattingly as your manager if you had a good team that can win the World Series? Do you believe Don Mattingly is a good manager? That's what I want to know. Eric Storm goes, what's baseball? Isai says, no, sir, but a great player. Exactly. So I don't know what happened with Jazz and he pulled him or whatever, which obviously that's kind of the guy that I'm going to live and die with just by whatever. But Don Mattingly's not a good manager in my eyes. Never has been a good manager. Great man. Nice man. But he underachieved with the Dodgers badly. I'm just, 6193 says no. Brett says I wouldn't. Duke says no. Steve Rose says I wouldn't. Alucard says no. D. Doral says I wouldn't. And Isais also did this. So, Isais, you answer your own question. That's all. He's just not a guy that I would consider, the kind of manager that I need to put my team over the top. Don is perfect for what's going on with the Marlins now. He's your Renee Latchman. He is your, God, this is going to be tough to say. He is your, oh, damn it. Now I'm brain farting. What's the name of the coach that does the highlights on the Heat? Ron Rothstein. He's your Ron Rothstein. Okay? These are your coaches, managers that you use for the first stage of your team. And then once you get to the stage that you think it's a good team that you can win, then you go and get Jim Leland. Then you go and get, well, at that time it was Kevin Lockery. But you go and get the next guy that you think will take you over the top. And that's what I think you do with Don Mattingly. You keep him here for these young guys. You develop them. Once the team is ready, you go get a manager that can really put you over the top. All right, let's move over. Let's talk a little right now with Officer Joe Norito from the Fort Lauderdale Police Department. Mr. Norito, how are you doing, officer? You doing good, man? Got you there? Frozen a little bit?
Good.
Officer
Norito,
you there? There we go. There we go. How, you feeling good? I think it's frozen. I think it's a little delayed. I think I think he's having trouble with it. Is it delaying here? Are you hearing me good? I think it's dragging a little bit there, Sean.
Yeah, I don't think you have a good connection.
Yeah, I don't think he has a clean connection right now. Let's see if we can reconnect. Let's see if we can reconnect. Yeah, it's having he's having a little issue there with the connection. We'll see if we can catch up with him in a little bit. Also, by the way, we got some games tonight. The Nets are taking on the Celtics at 7:00. The 76ers are taking on the Raptors at 8:00. At 9:30, we got the Bulls and the Bucks. So we got 3 games, but I only have one liquor split matchup of the night.
It's time to tap that app. And no one loves to tap that app like the Big O. Here's the liquor split matchup of the night.
All right. You know, last night we hit it. We gave you the Heat -7 against the Hawks. They won easily by 10, so they covered overall. Our liquor split matchup of the night. Well, so far we got the 76ers favored by 2 over the Raptors. Over and unders 216.5. The Bucks by 10 over the Bulls. Over and unders 225. And we've got the Celtics favored by 3.5 over the Nets. Over and unders 226. I'm going to go with the Nets here. The Celtics, look, Tatum and Brown are 2 guys that still have to prove it to me that they can do it in the postseason. They've been playing phenomenal the last couple of months. Credit to them. They almost gave up the game the other night, and they needed one hell of a play and one hell of a drive in order to win a 1-point game. The Nets, 2 guys are going to come out here with some fire. Durant and Kyrie Irving, and Kyrie already proved that the atmosphere is not phasing him. What was it, 39 points he had the other night? I'm going to take the Nets plus 3.5 here, because even if they lose, they're going to lose a tight game. They're not going to get blown out by the Celtics, I don't believe. So not that I'm rooting for the Nets, but when it comes to money, you've got to be objective. You can't bet with your heart, okay? When you make a sports investment, you make it because you go with what you think is going to win you the money. I'm going to go with the Nets, unfortunately. Kyrie and Durant will do enough to keep it close or win it. I'm going Nets plus 3.5. That's my liquor split matchup of the night, and tap that app.
The matchup of the night is brought to you by Liquor Split, Miami's own online liquor store. Liquor Split. Download and tap that app and get your favorite liquor delivered to you for just $2.99. No risk, no drinking and driving. Tap that app with Liquor Split.
Forget flat fee of $2.99 there at Liquor Split. $1 goes to solving homelessness in Miami, so it's going for a good cause. Flat fee of $2.99. All right, do we have Officer Joe Norito? Well, we're not seeing anything there. It's kind of frozen. Yeah, I don't think he has a good connection, dude.
I don't think he's got the good Wi-Fi connection. He's fine.
Yeah.
When I bring him up, it's not.
Yeah, it's freezing on him. He doesn't have it. Yeah. Well, let's see. We'll try to hook up with him tomorrow. We'll try to get in. We'll try to get in there and get him tomorrow on the show and have a little fun with Officer Norito. Mandy Campbell will be joining us at the top of the hour. OK Coin's going to be adding a few more coins. Man, I keep waiting for Theta. I have some Theta on Gate.io, but Gate.io, I still hate transferring funds to that and being charged, and I just don't, it's not, I don't like it. And so, I only like dealing with certain, what's it called? Wallets. And OK Coin's one that I'm comfortable with. I like it a lot. Crypto.com is another one that I use. I don't mind Voyager. That's another one I use. But Gate.io, while it has an incredible selection, it's a pain in the ass dealing with it at times. And I do have Theta there because I love Theta. And I still think Theta right now is at an absolute freaking steal. I am hoping that that's one of the ones that they're adding to OK Coin, man, because I'll be scooping up a bunch of Theta if I can, big time. Dougie Fresh says, 1980 Olympics. My cousin was #1 ranked freestyle wrestler in the world at 62K. Trained his entire life, but boycott for Russia invading Afghanistan. 40 years later, he is still devastated. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it sucks, man. It sucks. But I do understand that you don't want to promote anything Russian. It's just not a good look right now. And you've got to get to the point where everybody in that country hates the guy and finally does something about it. You know what I'm saying? So, it is what it is. What are you going to do? If you want to get in, by the way, you can reach out to us on the Welton Rayom text line, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. Officer Norito is in the wait there again. Let's see if we can bring him up. Let's see if his Wi-Fi is strong now. Let's see. You got strong Wi-Fi?
I got a better signal, hopefully. You hear me?
Yeah. Oh no. Now it's perfect. Okay, because there was no
I had
way
to get
we were
away
gonna
from
be-
the police station.
Oh, okay. There you go. Okay, yeah, interference. Yeah, that's right. You got that big ass antenna on top of the building. Yeah, bro. That thing, it's supposed to send out signals, but it's also blocking them. What the hell is that, man? Come on. So how you doing? How you feeling? Oh no, it's frozen. All right, it's not working, Sean. We'll do it tomorrow. Yeah. All right. Yeah, we'll do it tomorrow. It's not working. It's not working. It's he doesn't have strong Wi-Fi.
He's not far enough away yet.
Yeah, he's not far enough. Yeah. We'll do it tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll do it, and we'll catch up with Officer Norito, who, by the way, had some great stories as a former athlete. You I don't know if you caught it last time. Not that we're gonna repeat this. We don't do that here. We don't repeat stuff. You know what I'm saying? But you may want to go back and check it out, because he had some stories, man. They were good. They were good stuff there, man. So so we'll reconnect with him tomorrow, and we'll have some fun, and we'll get some more stories from him tomorrow on the program. All right. 855-912-1056 on the Welt and Rayom text line. If you want to get in on the show, plenty of things to talk about, as always, here on the show. What else? I talked about Jerry West and the apologies. Panthers defeat the Islanders. We talked about that. A.J. Brown. Did you see A.J. Brown took off all the Tennessee stuff off his Twitter, because that's what they do now. They take off their stuff from their social media to tell you that they're pissed and that they are going to, they're unhappy with whatever situation that they've got going on. You know what I'm saying? And so A.J. Brown now, and listen, if I'm A.J. Brown, you also got to think about, like, do I want to play with that quarterback for the rest of my career? You know what I mean? Now, listen, if you're just looking to get paid and not win, because you can win and get paid, you can actually do both. You can find the team that's trying to win and to get paid. Not that Tennessee's not trying to win, but they're just trying to get by with Tannehill this year, because I think they figured out what some of us knew years ago, that he wasn't the guy. And so they're still going to have to go find the guy. And by the way, don't be surprised if the Tennessee Titans draft a young quarterback in this draft right here. Not that this is a great draft, but I would not be surprised, because some of these guys may fall into the middle rounds. I wouldn't be surprised if they take a chance on one of those guys in the middle rounds. And then all of a sudden, that'll start to stir things up. But if you're Tennessee, it probably behooves you to do that. Take a guy this year and take a guy next year after you let go of Ryan, because I think they can let go of Ryan after next year. Then that's when the cap hit becomes as they say, manageable. But right now they can't do it because it's absolutely unmanageable. It's a bad situation. So AJ Brown now has removed his name, or removed the social media stuff from his or Tennessee stuff from his Instagram, which now is causing a bit of a and remember, you don't have the quarterback that can actually carry you and be a difference maker, and when chaos happens that he rises above it and all that kind of stuff. No. You have a guy that can only play on script. And if it's not on script, it's over. You need to give him as many big weapons as possible just to get him by. I just wonder if this love fest that there was a couple of years ago with Derrick Henry and now with AJ and all that, I just wonder how much that's changed behind the scenes when they see Ryan. You know what I'm saying? Great young man, but not able to get it done. So if you're AJ, you're like, I don't know if I want to be here. I don't know if I want to be here. I don't know if I want that guy quarterbacking me when it's all said and done.
Hey,
All right, what else? Yes, sir.
Jeff Darlington just tweeted out. He put breaking news. I just spoke to wide receiver Deebo Samuel, and he told me that he has asked the 49ers to trade him. He did not want to discuss specific reasons behind his request, but he has indeed let the 49ers know his desire to leave the organization. More to come, and that's from Jeff Darlington.
All right, so that means the contract negotiations went really bad, bro. Like really bad. Like they did not put him in the same stratosphere as the guys that just got money here the last couple of weeks here. So that's what's going on. So now you've got a disgruntled guy that you've got to trade for, give up picks, and a big contract. The disgruntled part isn't a big deal because he's not really like a bad dude or anything, but he is disgruntled now. So now this becomes a real mission for San Francisco to get a team to give you the picks, and then they're going to have to also give up the money. I don't know, man. That's a lot to ask right now. It's a lot to ask. Very interesting that this has gotten this ugly for San Francisco. Losing Mike McDaniel. Now you've got this Deebo Samuel problem. You have a quarterback issue. And let me tell you something about this quarterback issue. Okay? And I saw Trey Lance over the weekend sport his new tattoo, Child of God. It was a great tattoo, by the way. I mean, the artwork in that tattoo was awesome. I got to tell you, it takes up his whole back and all that, but it's an impressive. I'm not a tattoo guy. I've never been a tattoo or earring guy. Never been interested in any of that stuff. And I saw all of that. But here's the thing about Trey Lance that you don't know. You don't know if he can play. You have no idea. And Shanahan better be sure and better know that he can develop him into a player quickly, because while Jimmy Garoppolo hasn't proven to get you over the top, he's still the best option you have. And, everybody talks about that they're quick. They want to trade him. I don't know, man. You may want to keep him around at least to the trading deadline to make sure your guy is actually the guy. Because if he's not the guy, maybe you're better off keeping Jimmy Garoppolo long-term until you find somebody even better. That's the thing about the Trey Lance situation. It's ugly, bro. It's mafugly. Okay? Well, don't be too quick to get rid of Garoppolo. You may not be able to recover from that ever again. And that'll be bad. By the way, Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises is a proud sponsor of our program, and we talk about him all the time, and the challenge is on. The next customer that calls Tommy at 954-735-9826, and if you do your roof with Tommy, maybe your roof is leaking, maybe it's falling apart a little bit, maybe it's really old, You know, you got to replace it, all that stuff, protect your family. Don't wait till rainy season starts in June and then hurricane season. Don't put your family at risk. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com and tell them that Big O sent you. But if you own a business or your home and you want to redo that roof and you get it redone with Tommy B. Butts, I will do a show from your home or your business. Okay? 954-735-9826. Anywhere in the Tri-County area, you call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises, 954-735-9826. By the way, they are a Y-Green contractor. So if you don't want to, you don't need to get your roof done, but you want to Y-Green your house and you want to, put in the solar panels and everything so you can be more green in life, and you do that, I'll do the show there from your home or your business also. So call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises and tell them that Big O sent you, baby. Giovanni says, love this show. I wish I had time to watch more, but you argue with your guest and never back down, and neither do they. It's refreshing to see. F corporate. Oh, yeah, well, that's the idea. Yes, of course. I'm not just going to allow people to come on the show and just, coast. They're not going to go Lupe Fiasco on my ass, and they're going to go kick, push, and coast. No. You don't do that on this show. So, yeah, that's the way it goes. It's the way it always goes on this show. I don't care who you are. So I was telling Omar yesterday, I'd like to get Kaepernick and interview him, because I'll ask him the questions that people aren't willing to ask, and I'll make him squirm. Okay? But, when corporate is controlling things, it is what it is, dude. That's why this show, it ain't ever going corporate. Ever. I don't care how big this show gets. I'm not selling it to anyone. Ever. Not doing that. When Sean and I are done, we just turn off the lights and we're gone. Boom. Sean, you feel like dealing with corporate bullshit? Okay. See what I'm saying? Sean and I we're locked in step here on this. This is our thing, and we're riding it, and we're growing it, and we're gonna do our thing here. And I'm not leaning to any corporate stuff, bro. I'm not answering to anybody. Hell's to the no. I'm done with that. I'd rather just go get another job in another walk of life than work for any company again. There's no company. Yeah. For me to work for a company, I would tell them I would have to have such an ironclad contract that they can't do anything to me. And all my money is guaranteed, every single penny. You think anybody's going to do that? No. So there's no way I would ever work at a corporate level again for this show. There's no need to. You don't have to go corporate anymore. If you have enough support through your listeners, through your sponsors, and you have the connections to get the right people on the show, why do you need corporate for? So it does a disservice to you, the listener. All this corporate bullshit and all this PR that they've got to do, and 30 minutes of commercials in an hour, and like, what the hell, dude? That's why radio's dying. That's why most of you stop listening to live radio. You know what I mean? And if you're going to watch something live like this, you're going to watch something that has very few, commercial breaks. And when we have one, you stay with us. Why? Because it's a short break. You know that I'm coming back and I'm talking for 30 minutes, 40 minutes, 50 minutes. You feel good about that. So you don't mind hanging in there for 30 seconds or a minute or 2 minutes if I break, because you understand I got to take a little bit of a break. Big O, that you versus Omar about Colin Kaepernick, that was so staged. Oh, yeah. It's completely staged. Everything I do is staged. Of course. Yep, I stage everything. Not interested in ever seeing Kaepernick anywhere. No, you won't ever see him in the NFL, dude. That's all mental masturbation that these people are talking about. Big O, would you consider a quality control job at Victoria's Secret? I would consider it. Yeah. How about you, Sean? Would you consider that position there, quality control at Victoria's Secret? Would you consider it?
For the right amount of money. Yeah.
Right, there you go. Of course. Everyone has a price. You got to meet Sean Stanley's demands, bro. I mean, it's not easy to meet his demands. I want you to know that.
And also, Eddie left. I said no to the corporate.
Oh, yeah, no. Yeah. Oh, Eddie. I think he has a bigger no than I do. How about you, Sean? Do you have a bigger no than I do on the corporate thing? I'm just wondering. Do you have a little more passion behind that no than I do?
I mean, you've put up with it for so long. Mine's not even a fraction of that, but I think we're pretty close.
Yeah, right? God. Jesus. Yeah, no, dude. Especially the last 2 years that Sean and I experienced together. The best thing out of that came is our friendship and our partnership with all of this. That's the in other words, I would go through the hell again because we got to this. You know what I'm saying? The only thing I'd change is, damn it, I'd keep Bill around. You took him too early, dude. Big O, I'm disappointed in your Miami football spring game take. Moreover, name calling isn't cool, man. I know you young, sensitive people can't handle it and all that. I get it. You most of you, 35 and under aren't mentally tough enough to handle words. They bring you to your knees. I get it. It's a shame. It's tough. What else do we have here? Oh, you ain't kidding. I stopped listening to live radio because of this show. Oh, man. Deebo requested a trade. Yes. Sean just brought up the news from Darlington who broke it. Big O, do you have a USFL team to follow? Oh, dude, don't you know who it would be? If I'm a hometown guy. So if I'm hometown, where am I going to go next? Tampa. I'm a Tampa Bay Bandits guy. I'm undefeated, by the way. Just so you'll know. Just saying. I'm undefeated in the USFL. No, seriously. Tampa Bay Bandits are my team. I'm a hometown guy. So if I don't have it in my town, I'll take in my state. Like before we got the Fusion, I was a Mutiny fan. Because I think the Mutiny was around for 2 years, I want to say. Then Miami Fusion got their team. And I supported the Mutiny at that time. Once we got our team, obviously screw the Mutiny. Not that I was negative against them, but obviously I'm going to be a Fusion guy. So I've always been like that if I don't have my team here in South Florida, but there happens to be a team in another part of the state, pros, by the way, then I'll root for the other team that's in the state. I don't have any animosity at all for the Jags or the Bucks at all. Zero, except for Urban Meyer. I'm sorry, Jags fans. I can't want any success for you when you have Urban Meyer as the coach. So that was the only time I rooted against the Jacksonville Jaguars and enjoyed every loss and everything embarrassing that could possibly happen to the Jags, except my Dolphins losing to them. Anyway, so yes, I'm a Tampa Bay Bandits fan, sir. All right.
Hey, real quick.
Yes, sir.
I just want to give the proper praise to Gus 1388. He had sent me the Jeff Darlington article. So just making sure, I don't want to take all the credit. Gus hit me up with that.
Yeah, Gus is like, dude, he's on top of it like all the time.
Just want to make sure we get that, And plus, I don't want Gus coming after me.
Yeah, no. I think we may, when we need a second producer, I think we're going to hire Gus 1388 to be that second producer. I think that's what we're going to do. He's got producing skills in him. It's amazing. All right, let's talk. One of the things I love to talk about, baby, and that's crypto. Yeah. Mandy Campbell, OK Coin, the head of content and brand from OK Coin, kind enough to join us now on the program. Mandy, good morning where you're at, because it's afternoon for us. How are you doing?
I'm good. Thanks for having me. Good to be back.
Yeah, it's so good to have you back. So we're watching a little bit of a pump here the last couple of days with Bitcoin. What's your gut tell you? Because, the reserves are drying up, including OK Coin, by the way, of Bitcoin and Ethereum too, by the way. They're flying out of all the exchanges. And so we know that there's going to be a trigger. And what's going on with what's it called? Oh, damn it. With Luna, that
Luna.
they're buying, that they're buying Bitcoin like it's going out of style. I'm surprised Michael Saylor isn't buying a couple billion more, but
He might
I
be.
almost feel, yeah, exactly. I almost feel like this thing's about to hit. So what's your gut tell you right now?
I don't even look at the price very much anymore. Like I said, with Bitcoin, I am just a buy a little bit at a time and keep holding on. I think if you're looking at the price every day, that's just a lot more anxiety than I think anyone has time for, because it's going to continue going up and down. But, I think this is more of a long-term play for me. So I'm just going to keep holding. And I know long-term it's going up.
In one of our OK Coin crypto corners, I talked about this, and maybe I'm wrong. It's just a theory, okay? But maybe I'm right, and I'm going to run this theory by you. I think while we have the stock market and everything else that goes on in different stock markets all throughout the world, the crypto market is a worldwide market, obviously. And I think you're going to have an opportunity for this financial market to grow bigger than any of the financial markets ever. Why? Because digital currency, the blockchain, an example, Africa's unbanked. We're talking about a continent that's unbanked. And ADA, Cardano, which, by the way, you can stake it at 4.4% on OK Coin. Cardano is going to help that entire continent get banked. And what digital currency and crypto and the blockchain is going to do, there are so many people all over the world that are unbanked, countries that just don't have the wherewithal to provide all of that for their residents. I think the blockchain and crypto is going to bring a lot of that together, and the people that were unbanked and not part of our financial world as it is now are going to be a part of our financial world because of the blockchain and crypto. Do you agree or disagree on that?
I 100% agree. And I don't think it's just Cardano who's doing a lot of important work
I know.
Developing markets. And a lot of communities are unbanked. Even in the United States, we've got millions of people who are unbanked. But I think we talked last time I was on your show about Anita Pash's project, Bitcoin for Fairness, and she's traveling around to many countries in Africa, to parts of the Middle East, to Venezuela, and helping people understand Bitcoin as well. There are a lot of really important use cases for people out there, especially those under totalitarian or authoritarian governments who, might not be allowed to keep their wealth or savings, especially if they're getting, kicked out of their countries, or there's a lot of turmoil and a lot of inflation that's preventing them from having, solid savings. So, I'm incredibly bullish from that perspective on the future of this. It's not just a speculative asset, but it's a really important one for a lot of people out there. And as I said, in the US, there's a lot of unbanked people too, for a variety of reasons.
It's so true. So true.
And if we think about, potentially Bitcoin and, the broader crypto market taking over gold and stocks and equities and I think even with NFTs, we're seeing it disrupt the art market. There's all sorts of use cases that I think are still very early, and we're going to continue to see, crypto take over and really disrupt a lot of these industries. So in my mind, there are a lot more opportunities for crypto to really change things in a big way for people.
I'm with you there. Mandy Campbell, of course, head of content and brand at OKCoin, joining us like she does every month here on the program. So you guys, I'm not the biggest NFT guy. I only own one of them, Star Atlas, that I got early on with OKCoin. But you guys put out something that says ready for fee-free NFTs. Our NFT marketplace, OKCoin NFT, is coming. 0 fees. Only gas for collectors, no royalty caps for creators, and a chance to win an OKCoin NFT that will give holders free crypto and NFT experiences and more. So talk to us about this new promotion we got going on at OK.
So we had a big announcement yesterday. OKCoin is going to be launching an NFT marketplace, but it's a whole lot more than that. So we are very different than a lot of the marketplaces out there. With most marketplaces, you're paying about 2.5% in just fees for the platform. We are launching a marketplace likely second half of the year, so coming up not too long from now. And we will have all of the big NFT collections on there because we're going to use APIs to pull them in from other marketplaces. So you'll see Bored Apes, you'll see World of Women, you'll see the Doodles, whatever you're into, it'll be on our marketplace. And if you choose to buy it on OKCoin, you won't pay any additional fees like you will with a lot of other marketplaces. And the creators behind them can actually, if they choose to, start the collection over on OKCoin and allow people to mint there, you can increase the royalties a lot more so that you are, an even bigger owner of your own work than you would be anywhere else. So we really believe in kind of free markets, and that's how we're creating this NFT marketplace. And you'll be able to use any external wallet. If you're using MetaMask right now for some of your crypto and NFT holdings, you'll be able to connect that. So that is happening soon.
So I can move my Star Atlas one over to OKCoin now, right? That's awesome.
Yeah, you will be able to. Yeah, we haven't launched it quite yet. We did launch a wait list. So if you want to join the wait list, go to okcoin.com/NFT. Looks like you already did it. And if you join the wait list, you have a chance of winning an OKCoin NFT from our own collection that we'll launch when we launch the marketplace.
Are you listening, folks? Sign up for the NFT. Let's go. And by the way, the NFT could lead to free coins. How's that work?
Yeah, so we don't have the NFT collection quite yet. It'll launch when we launch the marketplace sometime in the second half of the year. But the holders of the NFTs will potentially be getting free crypto airdrops, free NFT airdrops, access to exclusive event experiences. So we've got a lot planned.
I love it. And by the way, last time you checked in with us, Cadena, you told us about Cadena, and I have loaded up my bag on Cadena, and it went down actually, which was a beautiful thing because those of us that kind of follow it, Mandy, others panic when it goes down. We look at it and say, no, this is when you want to buy right now.
That's when you want to buy. Yeah,
man, that thing was up at $22 at one point. And so I think when you guys first initially listed, it was like around the $9 area somewhere. And now it's been that $5-6 area. And that's been, man, load up because I love Cadena. I think it's going to have a really, really nice future. By the way, I see the Ape coin is flying again today at 22%. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just saw that 22%. I guess the Yuga team has some good stuff in store, but
they're doing
important to always say, do your own research with these things. Make sure you're looking into, what these tokens are, the teams behind them, tokenomics, developers building on top of them.
Amen.
So do lots of research before you go too heavy in all of these, but lots of activity happening right now.
Yep. And by the way, right now, Polkadot, 13% interest right now by staking it. Terra USD, just under 20%. Cosmos is nearly 13%. Stacks is at 10%. They pay you back in Bitcoin.
Yep.
Avalanche, which I've got my bag of Avalanche. I love Avalanche. It's at 8.6%. Polygon's at 7.3%. There are so many good deals. Solana is at 5.3. Cardano's at 4.4. I've got a bunch. I'm actually going to transfer a bunch of my Cardano into OKCoin because I bought a while back at eToro. They had Cardano and then they stopped, and I've left it there. And now they finally built a bridge so I can unload it now, and I got to unload it over to OKCoin now so I can stake.
Yeah, bring it over. Get it into Earn.
Hell yeah, I'm going to get it in there to Earn. 4.4% is great. I was going to ask you, Mandy, so do we have any news on new coins being added? Theta?
Yeah, I think I dropped Cadena a little bit before we announced it last time. I do have some alpha today, so we've got a number of new coins going on to quick buy, which just means when you open our app, you can just buy them in the tap of a button. It just makes it a little bit easier for you to buy all these. So we announced, I think it was last week, we announced ENS, which is Ethereum naming service. So we have their token, Zilliqua, Aster, and Icon. All 4 of those are now available on Quick Buy as of today. And we are about to announce that we are going to be opening deposits for Universal Market Access, or UMA, and also Brawl, which is a gaming token.
Okay. All right.
So
I like
deposits opening for those 2 soon. We'll be announcing that today. And then we open deposits, and then we allow people to buy them on our Pro app and use Quick Buy to buy them, which makes it a little bit easier.
Randy, I thought you guys were going to slow down here.
Never.
That's right. Hey, we're going to slow down and adding coins here, and then we'll pick up. You're adding coins.
Alex and his team are busy.
Yeah, definitely.
Alex is our head of listings. I know he's been on your show quite a few times, but
we'll get him next week.
Just new assets all the time at OKCoin. So, and I think the beautiful thing, which Alex can tell you even more about, is we do a lot of research into these. Making sure a lot of the things that I just talked about. When you do your own research, we look into tokenomics, developers building on top of them. We do a lot of due diligence before they're listed on the platform. That still doesn't mean that you don't have to do your research. You still have to do your research, but we've got a lot of really solid assets that are going to be
as Alex would say, and I would say, but Mandy's too classy. She won't say it. In other words, OKCoin's not going to add shit coins. That's what she's trying to tell you. They're going to do their research, and they're going to make sure that these are really good companies, because that's what they are. And, in a way, Mandy, I think some people don't understand crypto in a way. They think this is a game or a video game or coins and all. And in a way, they don't understand that it's just a digital stock market is what it is. That's all what we're watching here, what's developing. It's the same thing you see in Wall Street, but it's done in a digital form. That's all it is. It's not a stock. It's a coin.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of this stuff, again, is like so early, but I think everyone has their own take on it, right? Everyone's going to do their research and find the coins that they feel like are, the most solid kind of bets, if you will. And if you feel a lot of conviction for something, go ahead and take a position and hold on, because I think all of them are volatile, including Bitcoin. But I know for myself, the more that I've learned about Bitcoin, especially, the more conviction I have. So.
Amen. Yes. Once you really do your homework, you will realize what direction we're going in this world. And that's the only direction that this world can go in when it's all said and done. So I am definitely with you. By the way, follow her at Mandy Z Camp on Twitter. And again, you can go also to my Twitter page. We have the link there where you follow the instructions. We can share $100 of Bitcoin there. And of course, go to OKCoin, take advantage, and do your homework. That's what we always tell you. Do your homework, read up on all these companies, because as I always tell you, I'm not a financial advisor. I'm just a guy that loves crypto. Mandy, anything else we need to tell the folks about OKCoin that they can take advantage of?
I don't think so. Yeah, the NFT waitlist is brand new. We just announced that yesterday. We had Hong, our CEO, on stage with Serena Williams at the Emerge Americas conference announcing that, which is pretty exciting. So if you haven't joined yet, okcoin.com/NFT, and lots more exciting stuff in the NFT and crypto world to come.
Love it. Mandy, thank you so much as always. We'll catch up again next month. I appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good one.
You got it. There you go. Mandy Campbell, of course, the head of content and brand at OKCoin, joining us here on the program. All right. Love it. Love talking a little crypto, man. It's always fun to talk a little crypto. And I am strong, as you all know, I tell you all the time, I'm a strong believer of it. It's the only direction our world is going in. The only one. There is no other direction to go. Financially, that's where we'll be. Just do your homework, get behind the companies that you think are making a difference and going to be, down the line monsters, and be patient. If you do not have patience and you panic quickly on any little dip, get out. Don't even bother, because you're going to just lose your money. Is what's going to end up happening. Dolphin fan living in Cincinnati. Yes, sir. What were you going to say?
No, I wanted to add something to the Deebo thing that we were talking about before.
Yes, sir.
And to kind of get your take on the end of this. Ian Rappaport at Rap Sheet is saying the 49ers have been looking to make offers for a long-term deal with wide receiver Deebo Samuel, but he's been unwilling to engage. This is why. Unclear where this goes from here, but Samuel wanting out. Sorry. Where is it at? Sorry, he says, if it was money, that could be fixed with a big offer, but there are also issues with how he's used. Do you think, you've said before that you worry about a big contract because of how he's used. I'm wondering if Deebo's like, you're shortening my career here. Yeah, I want more than one big contract. I'd like to try to get two.
Problem is, I don't think he can play the other way. I don't think he can be a pure wide receiver. I don't think he's that guy. That's the thing. I think
I found that very interesting with the say how he's used.
And he's this guy. And as I've said, which most people have not brought up or even thought of, it's a dangerous contract when you play that kind of game. I'm just saying. Sometimes you have to step back and look at the big picture. Wow. So he's just cut him off. So it doesn't even look like there was a bad offer. He's not interested in playing for them. Wow.
Maybe somebody in his camp is like, hey, they're overused. I'm guessing they mean, the way he's used, he's what, 70% of their offense?
Yeah, maybe the agent's saying, hey, listen, it's great, but you're not going to last very long doing this. You know what I mean? So I don't know. That's wow. Hey, man, not our problem. That's all I got to say. Things are good right now in Dolphin land. Any San Francisco drama is good for the Dolphins because we have their first round pick next draft. Amen to that. Nice job by you, Brebiner. Castaway Chris Fishing says, Big O, I'm 32 years old. I'm a 32-year-old father, was a drill sergeant. I'm as mentally tough as they come. But you're right. My generation is as soft as a bunny, and I don't get it. I'm telling you, there's too much entitlement. So what comes with it? Not enough production, too much entitlement. Curious why YouTube can't get rid of the porn bots. I don't think it's up to YouTube.
I'm with you, Greater Good. I'm with you.
I would love that, but it's just up to us to block them out. Dolphin fan living in Cincinnati coming down to Miami when the Reds and FCC play the Marlins and Inter Miami. Which stadium is much more to visit of the two? Oh, no, the Marlins Park is super nice, bro. Marlins Park is awesome. It's really nice. It's two different experiences. The Inter Miami Stadium is nice too, but it's kind of, plain Jane because, It's not really the MLS stadium that they're going to use. It's the one in Miami that will have all the bells and whistles. But considering they built that thing in 8 months, it's nice, man. It's nice. But Marlins Park is gorgeous, bro. It's awesome. And they got rid of the cancer in Loria. So there's no stench anymore in the stadium. So, yeah, definitely. But, I mean, it's two different experiences, my brother. Enjoy both. That's what I would do. Let's see. What else do we have? Big O people don't understand crypto. Indeed. Hell, most still don't understand the stock market or even long-term investing, even after all these years. That's true. But, Brett, they don't work at it. That's the thing, too. They don't work at it. They just take somebody's advice or tip or whatever, and they buy, and they don't even know when to buy or when to sell, or really they don't even know how to look at it. And they don't even know when there's a dip, they might panic and sell. And it's like, no, dude, you're supposed to buy more there. You know what I mean? So it's like, you don't get it, but it's all right. It's everything takes work in life, right? To be a great producer like Sean, to be a car wash guy, everything takes practice. Everything, you got to sharpen it. To excel in anything, you got to put work into it. And if you want to get work out of the stock market, or if you want to get work out of the crypto market, you gotta invest your time into looking into these companies. All right, we're out of here. We have done enough already, bro. I mean, it's really, seriously, 5 hours. We thank Ian Rappaport, Ira Winderman, Clay Ferraro, Joe Shad, and Mandy Campbell. As always, we appreciate all of you out there. As always, thank you all for supporting the hell out of our show and giving us the love that you do every single day here on the show. Of course, we thank the man, the myth, the legend, the man that masters it all, and that is Sean Stanley. Giovanni, thank you for the love on the Cash App. I just saw that. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you, Giovanni. Lots of love there. Thank you all, as always. Cash Big O Show, if you want to make a donation to the program, or, send me some crypto on Cash App. If you want, you can send me some Bitcoin on Cash App. I'll take that too. If you want to send some Bitcoin to me on Cash App at Cash Big O Show, you can make that donation also. It doesn't have to be cash. It could be Bitcoin. I'll take that. I love it. Load it up. You should load it up too. Anyway, we'll see you tomorrow, live from Hialeah Park, baby. All right? Same time, same place, same bat channel. Love you all.
Sports Grill on Bird Road, Miami Lakes, and their newest location in Doral is now hiring. If you're looking to join a great company and South Florida institution, give them a ring or drop an email. Sports Grill is hiring all kinds of positions, from hostess to servers, bartenders, or join the kitchen staff to craft some great food for their amazing customers. Please send your resume to m.cruz@sportsgrillmiami.com or call 305-219-5726. That's 305-219-5726. Sports Grill. Good food, good drink, good friends.